top 128 nine-ball players from across the globe have descended on Jeddah, all competing for a share of a record $1 million prize pot and that coveted trophy. The tournament got underway in style last night, and now we're back for more. The afternoon session on day 2 of the World Pool Championship is about to get underway. Yeah, day 1 was full of drama. We're expecting a lot more now for the rest of the week because it is double sessions all the way until the finale, and I'm joined by a couple of big boys as well, Carl Boys and JJ Jeremy Jones. Gentlemen, by the way, we've obviously, as you can see, done a bit more of a dress down today, and Carl's decided to take the dress down just a bit too far. Can we get a zoom in on those slippers, please?
I've brought the style today too.
He's got the style today. He's got the style, indeed. Yesterday was fun. We've spoken so much about the prize money. We've spoken so much about players having to come in from all over the world. And you felt like a lot of the players had a bit of jet lag and a bit of the prize money on their minds as well yesterday, Carl.
Yeah, obviously day 1, you know, you come into a new arena, not just a new arena, but an unbelievable arena. You know, previous events, open events, we're playing such big rooms, but this is a little bit more compact. All the pressure's on, you know, you can get from one side to the other in no time. So players have just got to get used to it. Yeah,
a few players with jittery nerves, but eventually all the big players coming through. But me and you were walking around, JJ, just looking at some of the players, and you could sense that they will feel in a bit of the nerves, as expected.
Yeah, absolutely. You want those nerves. I mean, if those nerves aren't there, there's a problem. But I'm sure most are prepared, so we expect class from here on out.
Yeah, 2 of the big boys came out yesterday firing Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, the current world #1 and world champion, and Jason Shaw as well. Here's Phil Yates with a recap of yesterday's action.
Following last night's inspirational opening ceremony, we got down to business. No one has retained the World Nineball Championship title since Earl Strickland 33 years ago, but current defending champion Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz raced off to the perfect start, beating Walid Al-Balki 9-2. Next up, Jason Shaw was on course for an equally convincing win over Jeffrey Rodder when he stormed through the first 4 racks. Instead, Rodder came close to drawing level at 5-5, only for Shaw to crucially fluke the 9 in rack 10. After that, the Scot never looked back as Shaw cleared the first hurdle 9-4.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of those results from yesterday. A couple of favourites going through, as I mentioned, FSR there going through against the local player Walid Al-Balki. Jason Shaw starting to play some good pool towards the end against Jeffrey Rodder. Ko Pin Yi pushed all the way against Jeffrey Ignacio. Then you look at table 2 as well. A couple of nearly upsets, one definitely an upset. Joe Chua pushed all the way by Hamza Ali, and David Al-Kaidi beaten by Abdullah Al-Shamari. JJ, we were speaking about Al-Shamari a bit later yesterday, and you told me just how good he is at queuing, and once he gets going, he's difficult to claw back.
Yeah, first saw him maybe a decade ago at the U.S. Open there in Virginia, and he always made some noise, it seemed like, some deep runs. I personally think he was the best queuist at that time from this neck of the woods. Missed him a few years, but he's back, and he showed last night.
Yeah, FSR, a lot of pressure, I think, as sort of the world champion, one of the favourites, kicking the thing off as well. But he played well, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, I think the scoreline was a little bit flattering in the end. You know, if you didn't watch the match and you see 9-2, you would think FSR's just blown Walid away. That wasn't the case. You could see he was a little bit edgy, getting used to the equipment, as we always say. In the end, you know, it was quite a flattering scoreline.
Yeah, some might say that scoreline as well is flattering for Jason Shaw, who was pushed all the way yesterday. Had that fluke as well, didn't he, on rack 10? And once he got that was it. He got going, and Jeffrey Rodder didn't put another ball.
Yeah, Jeffrey was a little shaky to start. I think Jason, to be fair, got a little mental in the middle, but he followed up with 2 breaking runs after that fluke and finished the job.
Yeah, here is the fluke here, isn't it?
Yeah, Jason Shaw does that though sometimes, you know, over the years. You know, Moscone Cup is really the only time where you see him absolutely focused on the table. If he could do that in these single events, I think he'd win a lot more, because he does sort of beat himself up a bit about, you know, a bit of run of the ball and things like that. And, you know, he got down on the way he played the 9-ball. He played it far too hard, and he was lucky he fluked it.
Yeah, all right, let's have a look at the order of play today. Again, some big hitters expected to go through today, but it won't be easy. SVP, the champion back in 2022, takes on Farhad Al Harbi. You look at the games on table 1. Piers Labutis takes on Pia Filler, the only female in the tournament. But look at table 2. Robbie Capito against Carl Nederberg, and Fedor Gorst, a couple of champions so far this season, will take on Mustafa Al Nar. A lot expected of SVP, Robbie Capito or Fedor Gorst. Not easy first run games, but expected to go through.
Yeah, I mean, there's some tough matches out there. You know, we've seen some of the players yesterday have a few scares. Johan Chua, that was a great match yesterday.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable finish. I was commentating. The table was just to my left, and I was just looking at that table. But, you know, obviously, the beauty of Nineball pool is we have a lot of good players from all over the world, so day 2 won't disappoint.
Yeah, SVB, obviously, look, one of the best players that we've ever seen, 2022 world champion, has got off to a good start as well. What are you expecting from him this tournament?
Well, he's doing his normal. He's kind of sticking to himself. He's been at the pool room practicing a bit more than the venue. He's spending his time now, but he's super focused, and you expect a deep run.
Yeah, we saw there as well the name of Robbie Capito, the current UK Open champion. I mean, again, a fantastic player. You almost feel like with that win as well, he's now broken through to be one of the favourites to win this trophy.
Yeah, that's what happens in Nineball. You know, someone wins a tournament and they kind of kick on from it. Obviously, Robbie winning the UK Open, we'll see what he can do here. Can he kick on and, you know, sort of capitalise on that win?
Yeah, I know you did a bit of homework for us again. You went on tour in Jeddah without inviting us. You and Robbie Capito had a little walk around.
Robbie, we've come down to Al Bilad, the old town of Jeddah.
Yeah.
This is pretty special, right?
It is. Amazing structures. They said the buildings were up to like 800 years old, right?
Yeah, that's right. Listen, Robbie, you're a pool player, but you're looking like a movie star.
Well, you gotta keep the looks, you know, for the PR, you know.
Listen, I want to, before we get into the World Championships, let's look back at the UK Open. What did it feel like when you potted the winning 9? Tell me.
I was expecting myself to like go into like a deep run in a big event in like the next 2-3 years, but it just came so sudden. I had so many flashbacks of all my hard work, my sacrifices, and my dad passing. You know, just everything just came into mind. So that's why when I was in the chair, I was like sobbing. My tears just came out.
Must have been emotional, dedicating the win to him. Does that feel like it makes you a fiercer competitor, having something like that happen to you at such a young age?
Yeah, because you know you got to bring that to the practice table. You know, if you really want something, you would do anything to go for it. And my dad, he was a big motivator for me.
What age did you get into pool? What's your earliest memory?
Yeah, when I was 2.5 years old, my mom bought me a mini pool table, just
Yeah,
made
that's
out
young.
of
Wow.
made out of plastic, and just plastic balls and the plastic cue stick, and then I just fell in love with it. And then until 5 years old, my dad took me to an actual pool hall. Luckily, my head was above the table, so yeah, I just started shooting, and then just love at first sight.
So I'm sure your dad would be very proud. You've got Karl Nardenberg in round 1 of this year's World Championships. He's the young Estonian, about 17, 18 years of age.
Oh, so youngster. Well, everybody's gonna be strong here, so I just gotta play my game, you know. So I'm looking forward to it, to my first match.
Robert, listen, always a pleasure catching up. Congrats on the win and good luck this week.
Thank you, Carl.
Looks like a superstar, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He's got those superstar looks, and obviously he's a fantastic player. How important, though, was it for him to break through? We've been hearing about Robbie Capito for years now. Just maybe missed those big ones, and now winning the UK Open, he's now there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. There's a few players like that. You know, you could argue Ruiz did the same a couple of seasons ago, and just look what he has gone on to achieve in the sport. And obviously, this year we've got the Reyes Cup. You know, he's moved up them rankings, so a big week here, and he could lock his place in that team.
JJ, we spoke yesterday about how many players could win this tournament. We kind of argued amongst ourselves, saying 20, 30, 40. He is definitely within those first 20 players that could win this.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it was a little larger field, but none any deeper in the UK Open. He snapped that off. And our sport's a lot like the individual sports. When you're trending, it's time to capitalize.
You know his opponent very well, don't you, Karl Nardenberg, because you played him in the UK Open. What was it like playing a youngster? What was he, 16, 17 at the time?
Yeah, Addy, you've done me a disservice here. He beat Jeremy the round before. Let's not forget about JJ.
Right. I knew you were going to bring that up.
JJ asked us to clip that bit out.
No, seriously, you know, obviously me and JJ, we entered last minute, and it looked like we were going to play each other, but I think he lost on purpose. He didn't want to face me, did he?
There's so many youngsters now coming through. Obviously, Nardenberg, only 17. It is a tournament with so many good young players.
Yeah, the sport keeps getting younger and younger. The more it grows, it's going to continue that way, and it's pretty special, though. I mean, you're going to see long careers, a bunch of Hall of Famers in this room to come once they turn 40 years old, which will be a little while. But yeah, it's sweet to see the youth.
Yeah, and also we're talking about Capito winning, but he's got a tough match there. Believe me, that young kid can play.
Yeah, they certainly can. Remember, that will be on table 2. Table 2 packed with talent. All right, the players are ready now. They're going to make their way to table 1 and to table 2. But our main focus is the main table, and it's because Mr. SVB is on it.
It's time for the Natural Pool World Championship. For the title, world champion, Efren Batarez, final man standing. Galen is the world champion. Strickland is the champion of the world. He's the king of the 9-ball ring. We are looking at the new world champion.
It's our responsibility to turn that world #1 prize money from $80,000 to $1 million.
Is there any stopping Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz? He's on the table and he's on top of the world.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back, Nineball fans. Here we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah as Matchroom Pool and the Ministry of Sport brings to you the 2024 World Pool Championship. Well, day 2 is ready to get underway. We've got some sorting and shifting to do. In our first session of the day, some new sharpshooters enter the fray. Yesterday, we saw some hill magic, and if you've seen from the results, we're lining up for this year's World Championship to be a classic. It's time to dive into the action. Up first on table number 1, please welcome Pia Filler and Pijus Labutis. And now on table number 2, we welcome Carl Nederberg and the reigning UK Open champion, Robbie Capito. And joining us on the TV table from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is Fahad Ahalbi.
نرجع ورا طبع السعودي من قدم راح علم اللي ما درى بارواحنا نفدى العالم قدام ما نرجع ورا طبع السعودي من قدم راح علم اللي ما درى بارواحنا نفدى العالم.
And his opponent is none other than a 9-ball legend. It's SVB Shane Van Boning.
Table 1 and Table 2 you can watch now live on Matchroom Pool YouTube and Matchroom Multisport, but our focus is our main table and 2022 World Champion Shane Van Boning, who takes on Fahad Al Harbi. So let's go to our commentary team of Scott Frost, but first, Michael McMullen.
Yeah, thanks, Addy. One of sport's great anomalies was corrected at last 2 years ago in Milton Keynes when Shane Van Boning achieved his nirvana and finally became champion of the world. But still only 40, he's got plenty of time for much more and surely dreams of joining the rarefied company of multiple world champions. It didn't happen in Kielce last year. Another attempt starts right here.
Yeah, Michael, pleasure to be with you. Scott Frost here, and I am talking to Shane Van Boning on
YouTube channel. Joining me in commentary is Carl Boys. And the match we're going to start out with is a first round contest between Lithuania and Germany. Pijus Labutis against Pia Filler. Pia's just taking a practice rack, then it will be the turn of Labutis, and then we'll get underway for this race. to 9. So before we get underway, Carl, your thoughts about yesterday? A few upsets, weren't there?
Yeah, there's a few upsets, I suppose. And when we talk about upsets, we mean players who we've seen winning events on the WNT Tour. So Al-Qaidi lost the opening first round here, but Al-Shamari, very good QS from this side of the world, and he's had big wins over players. We've not seen him go really deep in a big tournament, but we know he's a dangerous QS, Phil.
I think the most amazing match we saw yesterday was on table 2, Amza Ali of Eritrea, who should have beaten Johan Chur 9-7. He potted a 3-9 combination, and somehow the cue ball found its way into the middle pocket. It was a little careless, but very unlucky also. Of course, the pool gods then decreed he wasn't going to win. He had 3 chances in the decider, didn't take any of them, and Johan Chur was mightily relieved to come through by 9 racks to 8. So Chur plays Jason Shaw in winners qualification, one of many mouth-watering contests lined up already. As for the match we're going to see in a moment after Piers Labutis' practice rack, well, the winner of this one will take on James Aranas or Farhad Aldhayan in winners qualification. Aranas, part of the Filipino World Cup winning duo with Johan Chur last year in Spain. Piers Labutis, 19th in the World Nineball Tour rankings, and a man who has to be respected every time he takes to the table. He's getting better all the time. We saw your interview a little earlier, Carl, with Robbie Capito, who has made the breakthrough now, and I think most agree that it's not guaranteed, because nothing's guaranteed, but most agree that Labutis could also make the breakthrough.
Very consistent player. Always seems to be there and thereabouts come the end of the tournament. Lost in the final of the Derby City Classic against Joshua Filler. Obviously a fantastic run at the UK Open, so he's really building a reputation up. I put him in the same kind of bracket as Oliver Shulnocki. That type of player, always thereabouts, going to cause you some problems, very steady on the cue. Seems a decent potter of the ball. But, Phil, listen, Pia Filler, don't underestimate the only lady professional we have on tour. She's more than capable.
Definitely agree. She's 25, she's from Stolberg in Germany. It's her birthday on Friday, actually. She turns 26. The wife of Joshua Filler, who was the 2018 World Nineball Champion. And let's face it, Carl, she's Joshua's rock. She's such a wonderful support system for him, apart from being, as you say, a fine player in her own right.
Yeah, they come as a team. I think Pia takes care of all the social media aspects of the Killer Fillers, or what they're known as. And I remember speaking to Pia at the Premier League, and she was telling me she was going to play more events on the ladies circuit. Obviously now she's been given a pro card on the WNT. She'll certainly play in all the events over here, and it's only going to make her game stronger.
Well, she's played in 6 women's events this year around the world, and she's not been outside the top 10. And I think she's got the mentality. She knows she's going to improve. She practices a lot with Joshua, actually, and that's a boon in itself, because no one's got more about him on a pool table than Filler. Yes, you have to make Labutis favourites, of course you do. But we were talking about the upsets we saw yesterday, and this could possibly be another. Not probably. It's an outside chance, but it's a chance nevertheless. We start off today, our first afternoon session of the week, with 12 tables. All first round matches. We'll keep you informed about Shane Van Boning against Farhad Al-Arbi. Robbie Capito's in action against Carl Naderberg. Francesco Candela against Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines. Billy Thorpe takes on Ahmed Al-Jabbar. Tobias Bongas against Jan van Leerup. Tough to call that one. Chang Yulong meets Saudi Arabian Khalid Al Atabi. We talked about James Aranas and Fahad Aldayan. The winner of that plays the winner of the match we're going to be concentrating on now. Albin Auschen starts. He's bid for a third World Nineball Tour World Nineball Championship title against Fu Chi Wei. Moritz Neuhausen, fine young player from Germany. He's up against Emil Andre Gangflo from Norway. Victor Zielinski faces Hussein Maroom. And finally, Shane Walford, who made his debut for the USA in the Mosconi Cup last year. He faces someone you know well, Carl, because he beat you recently in the UK Open, Alvin Anggito from Indonesia.
Labutis wins the lag, and if you're wondering why he's not breaking, we're just waiting for the main TV table to start, and SVB's just about to break the balls. So Shane has broke off. That means all the other tables can start. We always like to get the main table underway first.
And there is one big difference between the main TV table at this championship and all of the others. There's a shot clock on the main table, not on the other tables, including this one.
Very impressive break there, has to be said. First break of the tournament for Labutis. And he does have an open look at this blue 2-ball as well. The only thing is, he's got to find that little bit of a gap, I believe, in between the side pocket and that purple 5. And he's found that little gap, and here comes the cue ball.
One thing you notice about Labutis technically, he's got a very wide stance.
Nineball's near the pocket, so it looks like 7-9 combo will be the deciding factor in the opener. We were talking about Alvin Anggito, Phil. He's just playing right in front of us against Shane Wolford. Of course, Shane Wolford represents the red, white and blue of USA. It's going to be a big week here, Phil, for the American players, isn't it, who are desperate to get on that Mosconi Cup team.
Well, you know, last night when I was on the main table, I actually said that if you were to win this event, you'd be in the Mosconi Cup. I think for anyone who gets to the semi-finals, they'd be well on the way. That's how large the prize fund is, and as you correctly predicted, it's going to be a 7-9 combo to get things underway. And it goes. Pius Labutis very swiftly takes the opening rack. Labutis twice in one of our major ranking events on the World Nineball Tour has reached the semi-finals. Last year in Lugo, Spain, he made it to the last 4 of the Spanish Open. He lost a heartbreaker 11-10 to Mark Bijsterbosch there. That, though, was after wins over Fedor Gorst and Albin Auschen. And then much more recently, got to the semi-final of the UK Open. Again, another heartbreaking defeat to the eventual winner, Robbie Capito, 11-9. Just seemed to run out of steam in the latter stages of that match. But again, he beat some really good players to get there, the likes of Eklund Kachi, the defending champion, Aloysius Schaap, Wu Kunlin, Mickey Kraus. So you can gather from that, on that list we've been talking about of potential winners, he has to be included. By the way, if you're watching this on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Welcome. Thanks for your support. I can tell you the next match on this afternoon will be a really interesting affair. An all-Filipino clash between Anton Raga and Bernie Regalario. Carl and myself will be in the chair for that as well.
Yeah, that promises to be very explosive. Two of the young guns from the Philippines have drawn each other in the opening round. Another good break off here, Phil, as well. Nineball stayed around the centre of the table, so it doesn't look like there'll be an early-ish combo this time, but you can put this in the left centre pocket. And I think the red 3 goes in the bottom left, so he's got to judge this off the bottom rail. How's the pace? Seems to be ideal.
It's been a few moments of combinations. Robbie Capito has just won the first rack of his World Championship campaign with a 4-9 combo. He's taking on Carl Naderberg of Estonia. So what do you make of this arena then, Carl? I'm very impressed with it. It's, I think, one of the very best we've ever been in.
Without doubt, Phil. You know, it's I said it at the top of the show. I think it's because it's not too big. You know, you've seen the arenas we go to. Sometimes they feel absolutely ginormous, and of course we need to get a lot of tables in these venues, but just seems to fit. Everything seems to fit perfect, doesn't it? Every table where you look, there's enough space. You can get from one side to the other in no time at all, and obviously there's so much green and the green lights everywhere. It's just got such a grandstand feel about it. And I know every player has said the same, and they've sung high praises of Matchroom, and obviously the team over here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to get this arena built the way they have. It's epic. It really is.
I don't know about you, Carl, but it seems to me, and I don't know whether it's a conscious decision, Labutis is playing a little faster than he was at the UK Open.
Well, I know he's working with Johan Royschnick. Johan's over here. He's got 3 players under his belt. Labutis is one of them. He's actually sat just to the side of the table, sweating the action. And obviously I've worked under Johan at the Mosconi Cup, so I know what he brings to the party, let's to say. He has this ability to make you focus. And I know that sounds a little crazy, because you'd think, well, of course he's going to be focused because it's the World Championship, but it's just different. It's better when you've got somebody in your corner.
And as you say that, he's lost a little bit of positional focus, not on the 8-ball.
Yeah, that just shows you how thin this ball is, so he doesn't need to play it. He could play a good safety. Try and get the 8-ball on the bottom rail, then try and use that 9 as some form of cover. Yeah, that's a shot he's played. There's nothing wrong with this. Although he's not played it too great. Pia can split the balls now and do a similar shot, but using the width of the table.
A maiden name, Pia Blaser, apparently. Didn't know that until this morning.
You know what, Phil? I was just going to say the exact same. I'm just so used to her being called Pia Phil. I did not know her maiden name. What took you so long, Phil, to get that information?
Yeah, I must apologise.
Slacking here on day 2, Phil Yates.
Well, you're slacking because we're very near the end of the second rack of this match and you've not insulted me yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe you just chilled out in those sandals of yours.
Listen, I have brought the style today too. Do not worry about that.
Yeah, that's something I never bring, by the way.
Talking of style, over on our other feature table that's available on Matchroom Multisport on YouTube, Capito has got off to an absolute flyer. He's 2-0 up and he's in the balls again.
And what a great advert he is for Poole. The interview that you did with him, he looks so good. He's so self-assured. He speaks very well. I did an interview with him one-on-one after he won the UK Open for Billiards Digest, and I was so impressed with the way he spoke and the way he analysed stuff.
In the hotel, before we was waiting to get picked up to go to the ancient old town of Jeddah, and you know, he come down and I was giving him a quick briefing because obviously, you know, English is not his first language, but it was like, oh, I don't know, I don't speak English that good. I thought, after the interview, I thought he spoke English better than you, Phil.
Thanks. Yeah, so, yeah, the first insult is in, folks, before the end of the second rack.
Then he was like, oh, I don't want to wear my shades. I said, stick them on, pal. It's beautiful weather in Old Town Jeddah. Come on. Stop being shy. That's not the shot Phil played, but it's actually worked out okay. And now Pijus might have to go for this bank into the pocket near where the 9-ball is. It kind of feels like a bit of a big pocket. If it hits the 9, it might go in that pocket.
Well, in the Derby City Classic Banks, he has finished in the top 10 before. If that's any indication of his ability with this particular kind of shot.
Looks like he's playing this. Let's see where it goes. Is it going to go off the 9? Well, he's at the only point on the table where it wouldn't go in. If he hits the 9, it goes in. If it hits the pocket, it goes in. And he just found that little bit of a gap. The only gap. It's amazing how many times you do that.
That was extraordinary. You put him in that position again, and he would struggle to do it.
Well, if you stood behind him and said, listen, I'll give you 100 if you hit that point, you could stay there all week, Phil. Always seems to happen.
The 9 provided a big pocket, but somehow the 8 conspired against him.
Wow. Is she playing safe? Or is she playing the bank? I thought she'd go for the cut, to be honest. I think she's got to go for the cut here for me, because the pocket will swallow the ball here. Didn't like that option, Bia, I'm afraid.
And that's one of the worst safety shots you're ever likely to see, because it's not safe at all. It's stuck up. Initially didn't drop on the 8. Positionally, Pijus Labutis. But when he gets a second chance, he takes it. And with that, he doubled the lead to 2-0 in this race to 9.
Yeah, 9-ball is an attacking game. You know, this is why we play on a pocket that's a bit more generous, so you can go for your shots. And the safety shot there was probably the only shot I didn't really like from Bia. She could have played the cut, maybe even go for the bank. She'd have been a big favourite to pop the ball if she'd have played the cut.
While the referee's putting the balls back on the table, let me tell you, Shane Van Boning has taken the opening rack against Farhad Al-Arbi. Robbie Capito, 3-0 on Carl Naderberg. That's available, as Carl said, over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. James Arenas has taken the first from Farhad Al-Dayan. Patrick Gonzalez, a little-known Filipino, who I've heard is very good. He's 1-0 up on Francesco Candela of Italy. 2-0 for Billy Thorpe over Ahmed Al-Jabbar. Moritz Neuhausen has taken the opening rack against Emil Andre Gangflo. Victor Zielinski and Hussein Maroom have shared the first 2 racks. Same story with Shane Walford and Alvin Angito. And we'll keep you right up to date with all of the scores as the afternoon here in Jeddah progresses. Well, not the break that Labutis was looking for. He's broken dry, but as you can see, the one ball completely obscured.
It's not the worst result, Phil. There you can see what Labutis has been left with. Might be tempted to get the jump cue out here, you know. Well, I'm only saying that because going into this corner pocket, bottom right, that's a good angle on a 9-ball table. And then if you look at the blue too, the cue ball's coming over to that side of the table as well. Now then, Piafilla, this is a good chance. Can you get a rack on the board? The opening couple of shots are going to be key. For me, it's all about the blue 2 onto the red 3 because you can't really get the cue ball close to the blue 2 here because the cue ball's on the rail. Probably just come down the centre, yeah. You think this is easy, but the 3's not quite over that pocket, so you've still got to hit this good. Yeah, the double kiss helped it in. Got a bit of an angle here. I think she can just roll this ball in, leave a long pink 4. I think she wants to get up near the pink 4, but she doesn't need to. Just leave the angle. This was the problem. She could have played it softer. Just took a little bit of a gamble there on trying to miss the balls.
Well, again, as was the case at the end of the second rack, she opts for containment. Just to tell you, Robbie Capito is playing some wonderful pool against Carl Naderberg on table 2, our other streaming table. And he's about to pop the 9 to take a 4-0 lead. There is no substitute for confidence.
Good effort here. A really good shot. Can only see the thinnest of edges. Look at the result as well. Appears in a world of trouble here.
Talking about being in a world of trouble, well, that might be an exaggeration, but certainly in early trouble. On table 9, Fu Chi Wei leads Albin Auschen 3-0.
Well, we know how good Fu Chi Wei is. don't get to see him much on the WNT.
Always looks very studious, does Piers Labutis. One of those players who totally invests in a match, heart and soul.
Yeah, it sort of looks like she's no real option as a jump cue here, but even the jump shot doesn't look like there's an obvious shot on it. Might just be a case of just get the hit and hope here. Where's the cue ball finished? Well, at least the corner pocket is now been took out the way because the green 6 ball has landed in its way. So if he's going to pot this, he's going to go left centre.
Any pot to middle on these tables has to be knocked in very accurately, and that was. I think the middles here, from the evidence of the first day, Cole, aren't quite as brutal as they were at Telford for the UK Open, but they're still tough.
Yeah, and the corner pockets as well. You know, these are 4 inches, brass on table. UK Open was about 3.9, but it's actually the angle of the pocket cut. Brass on is quite straight, but diamond sort of flicks out. As always, you know, the tables have not been played in as well. New cloth, new balls.
I think conditions are wonderful though, aren't they? And especially considering the harshness of the temperature outside. It's well over 100 degrees again today, and because we're close to the Red Sea here, there is the aspect of humidity also. And yet, indoors, perfectly controlled temperature, thanks to the air conditioning, and it seems to me as though the tables are playing very nicely.
Yeah, and air conditioning can affect the rails, you know, the bounce of the table as well. Obviously you need the air conditioning on it, it'd be far too hot if we didn't have that. Yeah, like that ball, maybe at UK Open, that might not have fell. But that seems to be the case. You know, from event to event, conditions just slightly change. A little bit like a golf course, Phil, isn't it? You know, certain greens are faster than the others.
What we find on the snooker tour is that if you have a venue in a very cold, dry climate, I'm thinking of Daqing actually in northern China, where they played the international championship for a number of years. Conditions there are always very good. In any environment where it's a cold, dry environment, you know, obviously it's warm inside, but outdoors, that's when the tables play very nicely, the snooker tables. When they play at their worst is in a very warm, humid environment. We've had a few of those over the years. I remember on one occasion we played a big world ranking event in Bangkok, Thailand, on the banks of the Chao Phraya River in rainy season, and it was so hard to manoeuvre the cue ball around there.
Yeah, and don't forget snooker tables are heated. That makes a big difference. If the pool table was heated, you know, the aircon and the weather kind of takes it away a little bit. Labutis played a strange shot for me there. Looked like the cue ball was always going to come down this right hand side of the table. That looked like it was obvious, but he didn't like it, so he tried to get on the left side of the 8 ball. It's gone wrong.
So an action replay of rack 2 when he surrendered position on the 8. Eventually he won the rack, but whether he wins this one remains to be seen.
Yeah, so even though he's won 2 racks, and of course he's still in rack 3, it's not been a convincing start, has it? You know, He's not really clearing the table when he gets the opportunity. He had a combo, an easy combo in rack 1. Made a mess of rack 2, and he's made a mess of this one. Yeah, that was a good pot from Pia. That's why I wanted her to take the 8-ball on Phil in rack 2 up the rail. She's a good potter. She needs another good one here, though. It's a long, scary 9 for your first rack.
But she does have a reliable technique, so I'm saying she pots this.
It's the pace. That's what's going to be key.
PFL off the mark. Position on the 8 for Pijus, and consequently, when Filler had a she took it 2-1. Interesting. $16 Junior Championship, which is taking place, involving 16 international players, 16 international prospects from all over the world. No longer a prospect, he's just been voted into the Billiards Congress of America Hall of Fame. First ballot, of course. Shane Van Boning. He got my vote, I can tell you that. 96% of voters got him into the hall straight away, and he certainly deserves that accolade. He's 2-1 up on Farhad Alabi.
First look at the break from Pia, and she's made the one. That is what players are trying to achieve on this break. It's like a hard cut break. One ball goes over to the middle. It's not actually easy to keep potting the one.
Just trying to think what Hall of Fames you could be in, Carl. The Modesty Hall of Fame, I suppose. The Box Office Hall of Fame.
The Handsome Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah. That disqualifies you from the Modesty Hall of Fame, of course. You can't be in both.
Stylish Hall of Fame. Yeah, a couple of safety shots that we've seen early on here that look a little bit worrying. She got lucky there because she wasn't playing the 2 into the pink 4. She'll grow in confidence though, Pia Filler will. I've seen her give many of the male players some trouble.
Well, she has won the tournament this year in Estonia. Won the world, or the European, I should say, the European Women's 9-Ball Championship last year in Finland. She's a real competitor. And how about that? Scratch on the 2. And look at this table. Pia Filler has the opportunity to draw level.
Can't really blame him for playing that shot. He was in a world of trouble, and he was trying to get the cue ball off 3 rails back down to the bottom end of the table as well. Now the red 3-ball, Phil, looks a little awkward to me. Difficult to see from here if it goes in either of the bottom 2 pockets. I think it might go past the 8-ball. Well, maybe not. Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah, initially when I said she had a wonderful opportunity, I thought, like you, that the 3 would pass the 8, but looking at the overhead view, I don't think it does.
Yeah, I've spotted what she's going to do though here. She's going to roll the cue ball in behind the brown 7. And if she gets the cue ball touching that brown 7, that is going to be awkward to get out of the hook. Do not underestimate the safety side of 9-ball. It is crucial. The difference in getting the cue ball touch in the 7 and not is massive. So let's see where the 7 goes, or the cue ball rather. Well, all in all, she's not even got it behind the 7, so that ended up being a right old mess, Phil.
Yeah, much like her safety shot on the 8-ball in the second rack, which left the 8 to middle. Throughout the course of the day we have music playing in the arena, and it's a little different here. It's of an Arabic nature, and I really love it. I think it's got a really good vibe, actually. I think it fits perfectly with this.
Have you downloaded it on your Spotify, Phil?
No. I'm still on 45s, me. The old gramophone.
Still on vinyl, aren't you, pal? Billy Thorpe off to a flyer 4-0 up against local player Ahmed Al-Jabbar. Billy Thorpe been in the gym, told me he's curbed the partying, let's say, and he's trying to get himself back on that team, Phil.
Well, of course, last time we were in the USA for the Mosconi Cup at the end of 2022, he was one of the foremost cheerleaders, wasn't he? He was dressed in that Stars and Stripes dungaree, running around all over the place, trying to get the crowd on the American side. And of course, he did a good job in that, but it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, I think you could pull off that style, Phil. The old dungaree.
More dung than ree if it was on me, I'll tell you that.
Didn't go in clean, did it? But it's gone in. That's all that matters. Doesn't make you feel any better though when you don't pot it clean. You can actually feel it when you strike the cue ball.
(5-1) Robbie Capito, more than halfway to victory over Carl Naderberg. And the way he's playing is very impressive. He's playing lots of really advanced positional shots with lots of side and pulling them off with great aplomb. Again, a product of confidence.
Well, get out of this one. You almost want 2 goals at this one. First one's a bit of a tester. But she's the 3, it will go in the pocket. Oh, maybe it won't because she ticked thin, but she'll be happy with that, albeit. It's okay.
Turning into quite a long drawn out affair, this. But Piers Labutis knows all about that. He was runner-up to Pia Filler's husband Joshua in the Derby City Classic 9-ball event this year because of a large number of entries for all of the divisions there. Basically, the 9-ball was supposed to finish on the Sunday night. They played all the way through Sunday night into the early hours of Monday morning as the 9-ball stomps on the lip. And eventually, Joshua Filler claimed not just the 9-ball but the master of the table by winning that event. As they approached lunchtime, they played all day Sunday, all the way through the night, and finished the tournament
on the Monday morning.
Yeah, that's a wild place to go. Have you ever been to the Derby City Classic, Phil?
Love to go, never been.
Yeah, I've been a couple of times. It's definitely an eye-opener. Let's just put it that way. It's like a big festival of all the different games you can play on a pool table. Obviously, World Nineball Tour, we focus on Nineball, but there's other games, pretty much the gambling side of pool. The games that people like to have a little bit of a bet on, if you like, over the years, but it's a massive festival. It goes on pretty much 24/7. It's an unbelievable sight.
Yeah, they play the Bigfoot event over there, don't they, which is the 10x5 table. That's a 16-man invitation, which is useful money. There's also the Banks, the one pocket, and then to finish off the 9-ball, and whoever claims most points in Banks, one pocket and 9-ball combined becomes the master of the table. And this year, because of an extraordinary level of success in all three tournaments, Joshua Filler was the runaway winner of that. It's called the Derby City Classic because initially it was in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the Kentucky Derby horse race. More recently it's been played in southern Indiana.
It's not an easy positional shot, this. The line looks good. The pace is going to be okay. Is it? Oh, he's just held up a bit. That was a good effort. He's just keeping Pia in this match for me. He should have definitely won the opening 3 racks. And then this rack's been a bit of a grind as well. So this is what can happen if you don't take your chances. You can start to put yourself through a little bit of stress, and that safety shot's a poor one and all, Phil. So he's going through the motions a little bit in this match.
Yes, as you say, made a bright start, winning the opening rack very quickly, helped by that combo. Since then, it's been something of a struggle for both of them. At the conclusion of this rack, I'll get you right up to date with all of the scores, some of which are very interesting indeed.
I just don't know if you can pot this ball and avoid hitting the 8. The brown 7's in a weird spot as well. Smart, very smart. I like it. Leave yourself a shot on the 7. You can see he's tried to knock the 8 over that other pocket. That means it's easier positional wise after potting this ball, so well thought out.
When you've been involved in quite a bitty kind of rack, a staccato rack where rhythm has been at a premium, to pot balls like this takes some doing. Now though, the job should be done and Labutis should be back 2 in front. That is the case. The Lithuanian leads the German by 3 racks to 1. So keeping my promise, I'll give you the other scores. Shane Van Boning now seemingly taking control against Farhad Alabi. It's 4-1 to the great man. 6-1 for Robbie Capito now over Karl Naderberg. Very impressive. 2-1 for Francesco Candela over Patrick Gonzalez. 4-1 Billy Thorpe over Ahmed Al-Jabbar. Jan van Leerup, he's 3-1 up on Tobias Bongers. Chang Yulong and Khalid Al-Atabi level at 2-2. James Arenas having things all his own way against Farhad Aldayan, leading 4-0. Moritz Neuhausen 3-1 up on Emil Andre Gangflow. 4-4 Victor Zielinski and Hossein Maroon. Maroon led that one 4-3 actually. Shane Walford in the driver's seat against Alvin Angito at 5-1. And Albin Auschen, twice a winner of this wonderful championship, 4-2 down to Fu Chi Wei. Now then, that will do nicely. 1 in the side, 2 available, so is the 3, so is the 4, and so forth. A really good chance for a break and run out.
Yeah, he's braking very well. That's one thing I will say. He has got the brake dialed down. And when you are braking consistently well and you're putting out 1, it just means you're going to get first visit to the table. You're not always going to land on the lowest ball, but it means you've got the option of the safety or the rollout, the push out. So it's an important part of Nineball just to get that first shot done and give yourself a look at the table. And of course, Phil, we always see it for players struggling with a break. You know, if they're not putting the 1, they're hitting it too thin or too fat. The table seems to be a bit more clustered in areas as well. You can see here for Labutis, they're all in the open. Just connect the dots.
There's a really good innovation actually in this championship. From the last 16 onwards, the player who has most break and run-outs in a match from the last 16 quarter-final, semi-final or final will receive a $2,000 bonus.
Yeah, we call it a package. Winner breaks. I remember back in the day we used to play on a tour, on an 8-ball tour, and you'd come into the players' room, Phil, and you'd say, oh, I run a 4-pack, and players started to get, you know, the gist of this. You'd be like, oh, did you run any packages? Yeah, I run a 6-pack, a 4-pack, and all this. So it's quite a good, it's a good thing we have in pool.
Yeah, it's the equivalent, I suppose, of the high break prize in snooker. Of course, it doesn't apply this early in the championship, but P.S. Labutis delighted to break and run out anyway, because he now leads by 4 racks to 1. We've just seen a Latvian player come through Q School in snooker just a week or so ago to be on the main tour. We know about the strength of Estonian pool with Dennis Grabber and Karl Naderberg, Mark Maggi. Those Baltic states, they've got small populations but a big interest in Q sports. If you doubt the cosmopolitan nature of this tournament, how about this? Over 40 nations represented here. Well, this time the 1 doesn't go in, but the 3 obliges, and the 1's on.
And look where the 9's finished, Phil. Just look at where the 9 has finished. This should be a quick rack, buddy. Real quick. Peel will know this as well. He can just pop the 1 and then a 2-9 combo is there. He's just looking at where the 9 is sat because he's touching the point, but usually just double kisses and it'll fall in.
So when you're in a position like this, Carl, and you're broken off and you realise you can get in for a quick kill, it must be a great feeling.
Beautiful feeling. It's like a little freebie that you get. You feel like it's a little free quick rack, and you never know when it's going to come. Obviously, he's got this little bit of a gap now in the match, but the nice when they come, you don't turn them down.
Absolutely not. 2-9 combo, and Pijus Labutis, just like that, is very quickly gone 5-1 ahead. At 2-1, it looked like a pretty even contest. But after winning that scrappy fourth rack, he's then basically dominated the exchanges, monopolised them actually. Can't overstate just how impressed I've been with watching Robbie Capito on table 2. That's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. He's just spotting the 8-ball into the middle, and it's a very simple 9 for him to take a 7-1 lead over Carl Naderberg. In goes the 9. Capito does lead 7-1. 2 more racks required to get off to a very impressive start. Well, again, the 3-ball is turning out to be Pijus Labutis' best friend. Played that with a massive amount of running side. It's floated around the table and dropped perfectly on the 2.
Yeah, that's okay. He's got issues, purple 5 and that green 6-ball. So from the blue 2 to the pink 4, that's why he's just weighing up now. He's having a nosy. What's my options? Don't know if the purple 5 and the 6 is a combo. It's hard to see if that 6-ball is touching the 8. If it is, that might not pop. This shot will tell us everything, to be fair. Just trying to go in behind it. Looks a bit pacey. Might end up welded. Yeah, it's welded. It's gone wrong. If the cue ball and the purple 5 are touching, the purple 5 still has to move. You can't play away. Yeah, so that's okay. It's actually landed nice. What the cue ball on the top rail really there, because the 9-ball would have helped get the hook.
Ever since she refused the 8-ball in the second rack, in favour of safety, which didn't work out in her favour at all. Ever since then, even though she won the third rack, it's been hard going for Pia Filler.
Yeah, opportunities. I think just a few decisions have not gone her way. And I know Pia and Filler, they watch their matches back, you know, Phil. I think more Pia's matches than Josh's, and I think sometimes at home they'll be, you know, sat, maybe they've ordered a takeaway and they think, right, let's put this match on, and I think Josh goes through it and maybe just tries and helps Pia.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Because what a wealth of knowledge he's got. Everyone talks about his potting, I most certainly do. But his strategic game is also right up there as well.
Ooh, that was not good. Seemed to miss it by a long way. I often felt like when a lot of pros always feel like, or say that when the ball's touching the rail it's easy, but I always found it wasn't easy. I always preferred it just off the rail a little bit. I always thought that was a bit of a myth.
Hence your contribution to off the rail, which is very appropriate.
Yeah, that's the Matchroom YouTube little show that we do. I think we'll probably do one tonight, Phil, talk about the opening 2 days of the event. Cue ball needs to keep rolling, and it has.
Well, twice in this match already, PS Labutis has failed to get position on the 8 ball. Not there though. And the 9 is what they call a formality. Now taking the match by the scruff of the neck, he leads Pia Filler 6-1. That having been held to 2-1, so he's won 4 racks in succession. Remember, in the early stages of this World Nineball Championship, crown jewel of the World Nineball Tour, it is a race to 9, so he needs 3 more. Shane Walford on table 12, as Carl Boyce said, right in front of our commentary position today. He's 7-1 up on Alvin Angito, playing nicely, potting some really good balls, I've noticed. James Aranas 4-0 over Farhad Al-Dayan in a slow-moving affair. Albin Ashen's pulled a frame back against Fu Chi Wei. Now 4-3 to the player from Chinese Taipei. 6-1 Billy Thorpe over Ahmed Al-Jabbar. 4-1 for Moritz Neuhausen. Make that 4-2 now over Emil Andre Gangflo. And Shane van Boning seems to have his match in his pocket. He's 6-1 up on Farhad Alabi.
Another break and another opportunity here on the blue too. Can play the bank. And the bank shot at this level is pretty easy as well. If he does play the bank, he'll try and slide up through this little gap. Yes. Oh, he's missed the bank. He's not really been at the races for me in this match, Phil, has he? He's not played well, has he?
He's not been at his sharpest. At times he's looked okay, but I agree. There is room for improvement.
I think he's broke really well. But I think Pia's not really took her chances. A few maybe wrong shot choices and poor safeties. That's why I believe it's 6-1. Always felt like where the 9-ball is, Phil, it's always a bit of a scary position. Maybe it's just high enough above that middle pocket where the scratch is not quite on, but it's always a little edgy spot, that, on the pool table. Well, the 8-ball's not in the worst spot, is it, to get a shot on the 9? Stays very still, watch the cue action of Pia. That's always vital. Oh, and she's fired it into the rail. It's a poor one. We may have seen that a little bit more at the UK Open in Telford 3 or 4 weeks ago, but not here this week. She hit that far too high up the rail.
And now that awkward 9-ball that Carl mentioned is the problem of Labutis.
Cue ball looks good here, Phil, doesn't it? It's going to come up near the rail. That's more than good enough. Got to give this 100%. No, this is not a gimme by any stretch. Whenever you got to go past that middle pocket, up the rail.
Sweet from Pius Labutis, who again takes advantage of a Pia filler mistake. He leads 7-1, 2 more racks required. And even further advanced is Robbie Capito. Now on the hill against Colin Naderberg at 8-2. Also finding his form, Victor Zielinski. He was 4-3 down to Hussein Maroon. Now he leads 7-4 on the hill. On table 12, Shane Walford 8-1 up on Alvin Angito. That's a really good scoreline for him. We talked about the Mosconi Cup implications of this championship, and Shane Walford, who made his debut in the Mosconi Cup last year, and Alexandra Palace, he's in serious consideration for a return.
Again, it's another good break. Boy, he's got a good break, Labutis. If he can just start to piece matches together, racks together rather. I think this is why we have seen him being consistent. I think it's worth mentioning though, Phil, he might feel a little bit odd playing Pia. You know, over the years, when you've drawn the female player, you've always felt a bit like it's a little different. You know what I mean?
You shouldn't do. There's no reason to feel that way, but that feeling undoubtedly exists. And I can tell you this in snooker. I know this because I've had conversations with players. Even now, even though we have 4 female players on the snooker tour, when certain players come up against female opposition, they do, for whatever reason, feel a little more nervous than they might otherwise. I can think of some well-known players who are jittery. Actually, the greatest ever female snooker player and female pool player, you could make an argument to say they're one and the same. Alison Fisher.
Yeah, I was wondering where you was going with the greatest ever lady snooker player there. I was intrigued to see your answer, Phil.
Well, the greatest player in this match is definitely Pijus Labutis because he's just arrived on the hill at 8-1. That, of course, having won 6 consecutive racks. At 2-1, it was competitive. Now it's a rout. The first player to record a victory yesterday was Konrad Yuzhushin. We had one session, of course, which was in the evening. He was the first player to gain a victory in the championship. Now the race is on to see who is the first player to get over the line in this session. Labutis has a chance, so too Shane Van Boning. 7-1 up on Farhad Alabi. Robbie Capito 8-2 on Carl Naderberg. Shane Walford 8-1 on Alvin Angito. Can tell you Albin Auschen has pulled back to 4-4 against Fu Chi Wei.
One ball goes again. He is dialed down on this break. Awkward shot coming up though. Well, it's not as awkward as it could be because of the scoreline. Pia won't be happy with the way she's played in this match. You know, she's a fierce competitor. She expects to do better. She's not really been in the races today. Beautiful pot. Beautiful pot.
Yeah, looks like Filler will go to the loser's side to more than likely take on Farhad Al-Dayan, who at the moment trails James Aranas 5-1. Aranas Labutis in winners qualification. That's a tough one to call, Carl. So many matches are of that ilk, aren't they?
Yeah, it's all about getting through to the final 64. That's where you feel like you are through round one. To be honest, you want to get into that single elimination.
He played for the gap there. He didn't try anything spectacular with the cue ball at all. Has the white just travelled on slightly too far, though? Is the brown in the way of the potting angle? The brown 7.
Yeah, played it with loads of left. That kind of turns the object ball a little wider.
We could have simultaneous finishes here because Robbie Capito has the chance to see off Carl Naderberg. 4 balls left on that table, 4 balls left on our table.
Yeah, complete one-sided matches here at the start of day 2. You don't always get the close matches you want, but believe me, they will come. The more this event unfolds, Phil, drama will come.
Well, we saw a snippet of that last night, the match involving Johan Chua. That was remarkable. He won't be entirely satisfied with his performance, Pijus Labutis, but it wasn't a bad one. And he's breaking well. He's laid the foundation for what could be another deep run.
Yeah, just get through this opening match here.
And that's precisely what he's done. Pia Filler, the only female player in this year's World 9-Ball Pool Championship, has been heavily beaten 9 racks to 1 by Pijus Labutis. Coming up next on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, it will be a really interesting affair, an all-Filipino affair between Anton Raga and Bernie Regalario. And as soon as they begin, so will Carl and I.
We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
I have it. Live.
Welcome back everyone to match 2 on table 1 this afternoon, and what a match it promises to be. Bernie Regalario against Anton Raga, 2 fine Filipino talents. This is one that you would not like to call. Regalario's got an awful lot of an upside. He's a youngster who could have a very big future in the game. Anton Raga, still only 26 years of age. He's achieved a lot, he can achieve a lot more. Of course, as is customary now, but before every match they get a practice rack each. So this is the practice rag of Regalario. Before we get underway, Carl, any thoughts about who will win this one? I'm a big Raga fan, I must say, but Regalario must never, ever be discounted. His chances, I think, are pretty good.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm completely on the fence for this one. I just literally don't know how this one's going to go. I mean, if I had to have my last $100 on it, I would definitely go. I would definitely go with the Anton Raga without doubt. Just because of that fantastic run he had where he lost out to David Al-Qaedi at the European Open, and maybe a little bit more experienced on the WNT Tour, but we've heard a lot of big things about the man at the table, young Bernie Regalario. He's part of Team Marboys, a collection of players that practice and play out of the Marboys billiard hall in the Philippines. They just do it different, Phil, don't they, the Filipinos? They all have their own unique style. I think actually young Bernie Regalario, which we will talk about this, he seems to be one of the players from the Philippines that seems to have a more textbook cue action.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually. He's conventional, definitely, in relation to the others. Anton Raga, you'll see, jumping around all over the place at times. I think he's great to watch, though. Of course, he made his big breakthrough, didn't he, on the World Nineball Tour at the European Open last year when he came so close to winning before being edged 13-12 by David Al-Qaedi in a gripping final. But when he plays his best, watch out. I remember a match at the European Open on an outside table. He beat Copigny 10-0 with 7 break and run-outs. And talking of whitewashes, just before they came here, the Philippines took on Chinese Taipei in what they call the Battle for Asian Supremacy. It was a team event in Taipei. After the first day, Chinese Taipei led 3-1. After the second day, led 5-3. It was a race to 7 overall. And what happened on day 3? A Filipino clean sweep, which was initiated by Bernie Regalario, beating Wu Kun Lin 7-0 in a singles.
Yeah, and this image that you see now, don't be fooled by thinking, oh, well, all the seats are empty behind, because even though this arena is phenomenal, Phil, at the early stages of the World Championships and these multi-table events, actually sitting in the arena there is probably the worst place you could be, because you better be down on the floor, then you can just walk from table to table. It's a bit like going to a golf tournament where you just walk around the holes. You're far better on the floor, so there's a lot more people and fans who have bought tickets to be on the floor, so don't be thinking you've got to sit in the arena. That's not the case at all. You can literally get to any table you want, can't you, Phil?
And also, if you get positioned in a certain way, you can see multiple tables at the same time.
So Raga gets this match underway. Battle of the two young guns from the Philippines, where pool is the second biggest sport in their country. Boxing is at number 1. The legend Efren Reyes is regarded as the greatest of all time.
While you were away, by the way, we've had a few results come in. Victor Zielinski 9-5 over Hossein Maroom, who led 4-3 in that one. Billy Thorpe comfortable over Ahmed Al-Jabbar at 9-2. Robbie Capito, he beat Carl Naderberg 9-3. Shane Walford also a 9-3 winner over Alvin Angito. And at the end of this rack, I'll get you right up to date with the scores of matches that are still in progress. So close to that bank. The two just catching the point of the middle. Raga's perpetual motion, isn't he? He's always full of beans around the table. Didn't really get hold of that cue ball though, did he?
Yeah, maybe he needs a few more beans at breakfast, Phil. Not quite got the power there. I think it's always good to talk about the history of pool. It goes without saying, there's always challenge matches and gambling matches around the world. It's all done very correctly as well. Everybody knows everybody, so you have these challenge matches. And remember a couple of years ago when World Nineball Tour really started to form, they spoke about Raga and they were telling me he was going all over the Philippines, playing anybody in the whole country. I mean, he's a brave man.
Yeah, that's perhaps the toughest school of the lot.
Yeah, and if you remember 2007, which was the last World Championships Matchroom did before, was it 2021, was it? Is that when it was, Phil? So obviously they had that long gap. It was in the Philippines in 2007, and I went over and played in that event and spent a little bit of time, played in another tournament which was actually hosted by Manny Pacquiao. I went in the pool halls, and let me tell you, even the guy who was sweeping the floor, when he picked the cue up off the rack, he could play the game. I'm not even joking. It was It was wild over there.
Well, let's put it this way. We've got the inaugural Reyes Cup in the Philippines in October. Now, this will not be the case, but if 5 Filipinos took on Europe, they could win.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. They could win, but you could say the same for Chinese Taipei, China. You know, they've got unbelievable talent in Asia, and that's why Nineball's been desperate for a tournament where Asia plays Europe or America. You know, we've been crying out for it for such a long time.
And so the near bank from Bernie Regalario that just caught the point of the middle pocket proved decisive in that rack. Even though Anton Raga's positional shot from 2 to 3 wasn't the best, he did find a solution, and consequently he draws first blood. Raga 1, Regalario 0. So what about these other scores? Francesco Candela 5-2 now on Patrick Gonzalez. Chang Junlin just starting out against Othman Al-Zahrani. Shane Van Boning did come through against Farhad Al-Arbi on the main table. 9-1 was the score there. James Arenas not having things easy now against Farhad Al-Dayan. Looking for a winner's qualification match against Piers Labutis. Arenas, his lead has been eroded to 6-4. It's also 6-4 for Moritz Neuhausen over Emil Andre Gangflo. 5-4 for Jan van Leerup over Tobias Bongers. 7-4 for Chang Yulong over Khalid Al-Artabi. And Albin Aushin finds himself facing a deficit again. This time it's 6-5 against Fu Chi Wei. Other matches that are out there that are in the very early stages. If you want to see Chang Junlin, by the way, against Othman Al-Zahrani, that's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. It is on table 2 right now, and Chang is a massive favourite.
Yeah, one of my favourite players to watch, Chang Junlin. So this is Bernie Regalario, who's going to be kicking at this 2-ball. And it was a good kick, Phil. He hit it full, and the reason why he needed to hit it full, because the cue ball will then roll up the top end of the table. Yeah, he's not sure where the blue 2 is going to finish. That bit is out of his hands. He's just got to play the percentage game. Myself and Phil are sat up on a bit of a stage looking down on the arena, and there's 4 practice tables just to our left, and some of the juniors are warming up. Phil, we've obviously got the Saudi Junior Championships taking place as well.
Yeah, great for them to be involved in the same arena as the big boys, and they gain an awful amount of experience. It's not just here, of course. We have the Jason Shaw Junior event at the UK Open, the Shane Van Boning equivalent at the US Open as well.
Yeah, and the final of the Saudi Junior Championships will be played on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel on the 7th of June. What a moment that will be to get to taste one of the arenas here as well, Phil. Me and Jeremy Jones spent a bit of time with some of the juniors. We went to one of the local pool rooms, the Diamond Billiard, with the juniors, and we've been in the practice room a couple of nights ago. There's some decent young talent over here, let me tell you. Jeremy and I were very impressed.
Anton Raga looks younger than he's 26 years, doesn't he? Looks as though he's just out of school.
Yeah, Filipinos, they age well, don't they? You know, you look at Alex Pagulayan. He looks well for his age, doesn't he?
Always smiling, always laughing.
I mean, you look well for 84, Phil, it has to be said.
Yeah, not quite that old, Carl. Not quite that old. Getting there, by the way. Getting there. But
going airborne, got the jump cue in hand. You expect the players at this level to pop these, believe it or not. Got to get the cue ball moving though. He's got to get it round the table because look at the red 3, but I suppose just make sure you try and pop the blue 2 to stay at the table. Missed it by a long way. Fedor Korst is regarded as the best player on tour with the short stick. And it's a shot in the modern day era of 9-ball that has become a lot more important. Back in the olden days, you would see the players kicking at the ball more.
yeah, Gorst has just won a smaller World 9-ball Tour ranking event over in Virginia. The Rally at Shenandoah Valley, it was called, the tournament. $7,000 and 7,000 ranking points for his success. He's number 2 in the rankings behind Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, but of course those rankings will receive, without any doubt, a radical shake-up at the end of this championship. Talking of the rankings, Raga 38th on the World 9-ball Tour. Bernie Regalario 83rd, but both have got clearly immense potential to improve on that. And Raga here has got immense potential to improve on 1-0.
Yeah, and he's going to play some sort of cannon here, isn't he? He might try and go into that purple 5-ball. Yeah, went into them both. That's okay. You can play this in the corner. Nicely done there with the cue ball. It's like a nightclub in here at the minute, Phil. DJ's he's blasting some right tunes out.
Well, when you're commentating on the main table, the DJ is right behind you, and sometimes the reverberations can be felt, let's put it that way.
Again, the deeper the event goes, the music kind of dwindles away, doesn't it? It's for this multi-table setup where you can just mooch around the arena, listen to a bit of music.
Yeah, when I first found out that these major events would have a musical backdrop, as it were, I wondered whether it would affect the concentration of the players, but not in the slightest.
That's because you're from the boring world of snooker, Phil.
Guilty on all charges. Now, I really did think, will it affect concentration? Even, will it affect my own? And in fact, it's quite soothing, I think.
Phil, you could sit front row with the largest bag of chips in the world and it won't put these pool players off, let me tell you.
Yeah, and you talk about snooker. If someone rattles a sweet paper there, the referee tells them to desist. Well, that was the sort of catchphrase of Len Ganley, who was one of the most famous referees. Please stop rattling those sweetie papers, he used to say.
Well, we did edge on the side of Raga in this match if we had to pick a player. So far so good, still early days.
Yeah, looks good. He really does.
Have we spoke about the TV table, Phil, at all? The two players that have started out over there. What a match that is. It's Canadian's John Morra, who's got a famous father who is linked to the world of snooker. I'm sure you'll tell us something about that in a moment, Phil. But he's playing the young Filipino who won the Hanoi Junior Open. Albert Manis, AJ Manis he's called.
Yeah, well, great things are being said about the youngster from the Philippines, and it'll be interesting to see how he copes, A, with a top-class opponent, and B, with being centre stage. I gather, from the way he played in Hanoi, he'll be perfectly fine. Yeah, the great story about John Morra, of course, is that in the middle of his career, he switched hands.
Yeah, that's wild, that, isn't it? To think he played right-handed all his life, and then just 3 or 4 years ago, I think it was a shoulder or a neck, he was having troubles getting down on the cue, but when he realised if he played left-handed it didn't hurt, he just went full-time and did it. I mean, that doesn't get enough plaudits for my liking, Phil. What a story that is.
Yes, his father was a very, very tidy snooker player, Mario Morra. He was quite slow and
runs in the family then.
Well, he earned the nickname Mario Tomorrow because he used to finish after midnight.
Wow, love it.
There was also a famous incident at the World Championship qualifiers years ago where he was queuing up so vigorously and for such a lengthy time on this particular shot that he gave himself a friction burn. But he was a really good player. I remember he actually played a man who's known for his commentary, the great BBC snooker commentator Clive Everton. And he very nearly made a 147 in that match. I think he missed the green on 1-2-2, but he could certainly play the game.
I knew you'd have some stories about Mario Morra, Phil. I just knew it.
Yeah, I think his nickname was absolutely brilliant. It was nothing to do with me. It was putting him by someone else. But yeah, it just fitted perfectly. Mario Tomorrow, because he finished after midnight so often.
Yeah, that is genius.
Yeah, it is really genius, yeah. Well, of course, Eddie Charlton from Australia. He was given an award by the Australian government. He was Eddie Charlton AM. And that was very appropriate as well because he often finished after midnight also.
The balls sit good here. If you look at where the purple 5 is, it's over that right hand middle pocket. That means it's going to be easy getting on this green 6, because it is a tiny bit awkward, the green 6. I'm not saying it's difficult, but it goes in the left corner. Could play for the combo, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did that.
This is just Raga efficiency.
There's another Filipino who had the headlines on day one for me, Phil. That Johan Chua match. What a game that turned out to be in the end.
Incredible. Oh, look at that. That little positional kiss to promote the green 6, tapping the table in delight was Raga when it came off.
You can see how straight he's landed. He might just take a long 7 here. They play their own way though. Yeah, they're not scared to pinch a bit and load it up with spin. Why not? He's landed perfect on the 7. Regalario, well, you can see him sat in the chair. He's got work to do in this match, you feel.
And you're looking here, for me, at a proper contender for the title. That's how good Raga can be.
I fully agree, Phil. He's definitely a contender. He's got heart, he's got bottle, he's got the game. He's got that quirkiness to play funny old shots that you need on a pool table as well. He's a great shot maker. Of course, he's going to be a good kicker. And he's 3-0 up here in this battle of the countrymen.
Yeah, looking really good for me. You know who he, to a degree, reminds me of? A former runner-up in this World Nineball Championship from way back. Ismael Pijus, the Mexican jumping bean. It was one of those players who had a totally unconventional cue action. He moved excessively on shots, and yet he was a fine player. He was actually runner-up in the year 2000 in Cardiff in Wales to Fong Pang Chow of Chinese Taipei. Heavily beaten in that final, 17-6. The Mexican jumping bean.
Another fantastic nickname. We've had some great nicknames, haven't we? I'm going to ask you a little trivia question, actually, Phil. I think you will get this, but it's just popped into my mind. Who was the player that was nicknamed the Dancing Bear?
Alain Martel.
Yes, Alain Martel, Canadian, right? The big guy. Used to wear one of them, like one of them cardigans your granddad used to wear. What a character he was back in the day. I used to love watching him. I wasn't involved with Nineball then, though. I was just a young lad who was playing some English 8-ball in the bars and the pubs in Manchester, and I used to watch the World Championships every year.
Well, he played for Canada in the World Cup of Pool with Edwin Montal.
Wow, I'd have never got that one. You should have asked me that.
Who was from the Philippines, and I think they got to the semi-final on, yeah?
Well, I remember being in a pub in Manchester. We had a league night match, and the World Championships was on. And it was the year Chris Melling had played, actually. I didn't know Chris at the time. It was before I sort of got into it professionally, and it was the year Melling beat Davis, and he ended up playing Alain Martel, and I can't remember if he beat Martel or Martel beat Chris. I can't remember, but around that era I used to think, what a character this Martel fella is.
Yeah, big guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know if he's still about. Phil, have you heard much about him? Or
no.
So many players worldwide, but not just players, Phil. Look at the young players that play. Not just in certain countries. I mean, worldwide, me and JJ, like I said, we was doing a bit of work with the juniors, and two of the juniors, there's a little lad just in front of us, Phil. He's actually sat on the table. You want to watch this boy pop the balls. He's about 12 years old, and then there's another one, and his nickname in Saudi is Baby Villa. He plays like Joshua Villa. And the characters as well, the likeable characters. I must say, we've been treated really well, haven't we, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so far. What a place. I was surprised, actually. I've had an unbelievable time. I've been ancient old town Jeddah. I've been out and about.
Well, this is my second time here because I was at the Riyadh Season World Masters of Snooker, which Ronnie O'Sullivan won, and that was an extraordinary week, one I'll never forget. The atmosphere for the final, top notch, and I'm sure it will be replicated here. What we're watching from Anton Raga is something of a masterclass.
It's been clinical. And this is what he does. He's got this little scrunched up type of cue action. He cues very close to the cue ball, rather. And he's won the opening 4. Regalario, well, he's just a spectator at the moment.
So that's a phrase you'll never see in a in a textbook. Scrunched up cue action, but I know exactly what you mean, Carl. It hits the spot. Abdullah Al-Yusuf leads Petri Mäkinen 2-1. Tim de Ruyter has taken the first rack against Mario He from Austria. Albin Auschen is now in front. What a marathon, though, over on table 9. He's 7-6 up on Fu Chi Wei. Chang Yulong beat Khalid Al-Atabi 9-4. Tobias Bongers 6-5 down to Jan van Leerup. Moritz Neuhausen, real prospect from Germany. Nice lad as well. He's 7-5 up on Emil Andre Gangflo. James Aranas. It's now 6-5 for Aranas over Farhad Al-Dayan. Albert Manus on the main table has taken the first rack from John Morra. Chang Junlin 2-0 up on Othman Al-Zarani. That's on table 2. You can see that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Francesco Candela 6-4 on Patrick Gonzalez.
Not the best of break-offs here, that's why the one ball is still on the table. It was a little bit thin, but it's been fortunate where you can get cue ball through this gap. Plays the game at a good pace as well, a bit like Labutis in the opening match. They fall into that bracket of players where they just get on with it, don't they?
Yeah, there's something very intriguing about the subculture of money matches that you were talking about before, Carl. What would be the lengthiest match Anton Raga would have played?
Well, he'll have definitely played race to 50 without stopping. Not over a couple of days, without a doubt. This is where the Filipinos are clever. I think it might have gone wrong, but you could see what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, just a little too much zest in the cue ball. So Regalario now, with this chance, needs to make his presence felt.
And over on our feature table, the main table, we spoke about John Morra against AJ Manus. Well, it's Manus who's doing well over on that table, Phil. I think he's won the opening 2.
The commentary over on that match is being provided by Jeremy Jones and a really good friend of mine, David Hendon, who is renowned as one of the finest snooker commentators in the game, and he's dipping his broadcasting toe into pool for the first time, and I'm sure he will really enjoy this experience.
Branching out, as they say. Regalio's got to get something going here. Still capable, but he's lost the cue ball there, so now it's going to be awkward to get on the green 6. Yeah, Albert Manus did win the opening 2, so he leads 2-0 over John Morra. Only a young guy. Like I said, he won the Hanoi Junior Open last year. That's the event that Jason Shaw won. He won the junior version. Is he playing the bank? Well, he was definitely eyeing the bank shot up. He wants to attack here. He doesn't want to play safe and let Raga back to the table, but he's awkward. He could cut the ball in, but just not really going anywhere on that 6 ball, is he?
The last match of the session on this table on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel has been announced. I'll let you know what it is at the end of this rack. And a vital rack it is for Regalario. Just can't pull the trigger.
Oh, he was close, wasn't he? You could see why he wanted to go for it. He knew the cue ball was coming down the bottom end of the table. These events, Phil, they just have a knack of building up, don't they? Always seems to just start off a little, I don't want to say slow, but you know, the drama, the close matches. You seem to see more one-sided matches, don't you, over the early stages?
Yes, of course, in the World Championship it's a little different from the 256 player fields we have for the likes of the UK Open, the European Open, the US Open, Hanoi as well. You can have blockbuster contests from the very first round, and this is a case in point.
Another situation here where it's just difficult to get on that 6. Could thump it round the table, but boy, he's got to hit it hard. He has to hit this very hard. You can see how much spin he was putting on the ball. Needs a good clip off the 7. It's not great. The safety is so easy though. He can chop the green 6 towards the 8, run the cue ball up the top end of the table. Couple of things might happen here. Raga might pop the ball, but he might kick and stick the ball behind the 8. That's the cue ball. Gonna leave a pot. These shots are a lot more difficult at 4 down though.
Rifled in. Now Bernie Regalario should be getting off the mark. Well, I say he should be. That was a woeful positional shot.
Yeah, it's awkward. Now he's going to have to play this in the middle. Cue ball off 3 rails for the 9 in the same middle. Always feel more difficult these when you've not intentionally played for position in this pocket as well. Can't afford to hit that near jaw. Yep, you just can't afford to hit the near jaw, Phil. He just clipped the near jaw, didn't he? We might get a look on a replay.
It was a really good call, Carl, and you know, catching the near jaw of the middle pocket was the start of his problems in this match. If you remember the bank in rack 1, he just clipped that near jaw, stayed on the table. Raga ran out nicely, and ever since he's been in command, and that's where he remains. The 9-ball for 5-0.
Yeah, and of course 128 players start out, so Regalario still in this match. I'm not saying he's lost yet, but if he does go on to lose, you've just got to win 2 in the losers bracket to qualify for the 64, and that's what it's all about, Phil. Make sure your name is in the draw for the final 64 single elim, and then anything can happen. We've had many a world champions become world champion with 1 loss next to their name.
In winners qualification, the winner of this match will play the winner of Alexa Pijus or the youngster from Iowa in the USA, Sam Henderson. The loser of this match will play the loser of Pijus, Henderson. Now I can tell you and confirm what's coming up next on this table. It will be on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, of course. Commentary provided by Michael McMullen. It is Quak of Vietnam against Lian of Singapore. Lian in his 50s now, very much a veteran, but he guided Singapore to the World Cup final, didn't he, a couple of years ago, alongside his protege, Aloysius Yap. Yeah, Michael McMullen will be commentating on that match with Scott Frost. And I think we can confidently say, Carl, that he's the only Frost in Saudi Arabia.
The break has been a little bit iffy as well, hasn't it? Some good, some bad.
Yeah, let's put it this way, even though Raga is looking good, his break-off has been nowhere near as efficient as Pijus Labutis in our previous contest. But things are just not happening for young Bernie Regalario. Some really big scores to tell you about, and I will give you those at the end of this rack. He seems composed though, even though he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's just going to try and make something happen. Not every match is going to go your way. In this instance, Raga's had it all. He's the one who's relaxed at the table, but sometimes you've got to just try and grind out a match, grind out a win. It can do you wonders in a tournament of this magnitude as well, so that's the position Bernie Regalario is in, and he's got ball in hand, and all the balls don't look too bad. 4 to the 5 seems to be the big shot.
You could see there, Raga was really surprised he failed to make contact there. He's such a wonderful kicker of the ball. I think Regalario was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, just make sure you find that gap. Don't try and get too close to your work here. It doesn't matter, just make sure you leave a long, thin cut on the 5, because then you can play that shot with a little bit of the right-hand spin. And the cue ball will miss the 9 and come back up for that very green 6 ball that we see there. It's so crucial to make good decisions as well at this game. Some players excel more than others in the old shot selection department.
Who would you say is the finest player you've ever seen in terms of decision making? I mean, in snooker for me, it's got to be John Higgins. So I'll make that vote right now. But in pool, your choice?
Do you know, I don't think Shane Van Bonen's that far away. I always feel like he sees the table the right way. Maybe Albin Ocean as well. He's another one that springs to mind. They just have this ability to, certainly Albin, he has this ability to just hold back and read the table and think, not really feeling this, so I'll play safe.
Yeah, because the correct shot one day, depending on how you're feeling or conditions, might not be the correct shot the next day.
Yeah, and also understanding where your opponent's at as well. They always say, play the table, not your opponent, but it's probably one of the worst statements I've ever heard. You've got to play your opponent because you know the strengths and the weaknesses, and you've got to read the whole situation, the way the match has gone.
Bridging over the 8 ball, Regalario did really well there with running side to get on the 7, although with the cue ball welded to that side cushion, the 7 is not quite a gimme, especially given that he's got to put some degree of oomph into the cue ball. Yes, you'd be surprised if he missed it, but when you're cueing off a cushion like this, Carl, anything can be missed.
Yeah, and again, we talk about decisions, Phil. This is another one. The cue ball's too near the rail. He's got to roll this in and leave a long 8. If you start trying to thump it and spin the cue ball, you can miss the ball.
In Telford at the UK Open, that would have remained on the table. No ifs, buts or maybes.
Yeah, he missed the ball, but it's just that extra turn, that extra rotation on this brand new ball and cloth. It's, unless you play the game at a certain level, it's hard to understand how different it is when the cloth gets worn in. A couple of weeks play in a pool room, it plays so different. Well, Phil, no one is going to begrudge Regalario his first rack of the championship.
Whitewash averted? Maybe. The commencement of a comeback. Anton Raga's lead reduced to 5-1, so lots of unfinished business. Let me give you the scores. Real marathon over on table 4, bearing in mind they started at 1 o'clock local time. Francesco Candela and Patrick Gonzalez locked together at 6-6. On table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Chang Junlin now 4-1 up on Othman Al-Zarani. Albert Manas, the teenager from the Philippines, 3-1 over John Morra on the main TV table. James Arenas now pulling away against Farhad Al-Dayan. It's 8-5 to Arenas. Also on the hill, Moritz Neuhausen, 8-7 over Emil Andre Gangflo. Jan van Leerup 8-5 up on Tobias Bongers. Albin Ocean and Fu Chi Wei 8 racks each. Double hill. Shea Chia Chen 3-1 up on Sa Aldres of the host nation. Michael Feliciano over the Philippines 2-1 up on Michael Schneider. Petri Makinen of Finland 3-2 on Abdullah Al Yusuf. Makinen, of course, a deep run at the recent UK Open. Tim de Ruyter 2-1 over Mario He. That's your lot at the moment. We'll keep a very close eye on what transpires on table 9 between Albin Ocean and Fu Chi Wei.
What have we got here then on this yellow 1 ball? Yeah, that looks like it goes past the 7 to me. Just shows you how close Raga cues to the cue ball. A little bit like Jason Shaw, he's another one who cues very close to the white ball, and that's turned out okay, hasn't he? He took a gamble there and doesn't have to play the pot. He's got the easy hook, but he could play the pot. Yeah, I don't blame him for that. Don't blame him at all.
Yeah, the percentages there were stacked in favour of the hook.
Well, I was just looking up at the big screen that we have in the middle of the arena here. There's 3 huge screens that are above where we start at the top of the show, Phil, and the camera was actually on Albin Ocean's match, and he missed a combo on the 9 to win that match. Hill. That was the match he was talking about. So Fu Jay Wei is at the table. We'll keep you posted on who wins that match.
Yes, just to reiterate, as we've done on several occasions, but I think it's worth repeating again, this is a modified double elimination tournament, so even if Albin Ocean loses that match, his chances of a 3rd world title will not be over. But of course, if he were to win it, he'd be much more healthily positioned.
He's going to play the breakout here. Because he can put the cue ball where he wants, he should find that right angle, the angle that he needs. He'll probably play it into the red 3 first. Gone wrong. We may well see another hook here, Phil.
Well, we were talking about pool nicknames earlier, Carl. And of course, one of them that is right up there would be Captain Hook.
Mike Siegel.
Yep.
I don't know if that was a test, Phil, but if it wasn't, I passed it anyway. Yeah, the legend from America, Mike Siegel. Liked to talk, did that man. Loved the sound of his own voice.
It takes one to know one.
No, he was on another level, Phil. I mean, there's levels to this game. Wow. Started to just get a little bit scrappy this match, hasn't it? Can Regalario get back in the match, or is Raga just gonna break away and win easy? Someone who's not gonna win easy is Albin Ocean Fu Che Wei, because Fu Che Wei is at the table. They're playing at the opposite side of the room, and as always, Phil, as you know, whenever a match goes hill, people just walk over, don't they? They want to see that final rack. So I can't quite see the table, but I know Fu Che Wei is still at the table.
And we've just heard some applause, so maybe that's significant.
No, Fu Che Wei is still at the table, let me tell you. So the applause didn't come from that match, but I'll tell you what, Burnett is going to be in trouble here. Cue ball touching the 7, but the reason why Raga looks a little bit disappointed is because he was trying to take away this rail, the rail that the cue ball is close to. He hasn't done that, so Bernie will kick this ball now. Yeah, if the cue ball was on top of the brown 7, that kick shot was not on. And let me tell you, 2-time former world champion, the only player to play in 3 finals, has been beaten off Fu Che Wei.
And was it directly from the missed combination.
Yeah, and I can see Albin Ocean's gone straight to the table to set that combo back up. So I don't know how easy the combo was, but it was a combination to win round 1. He didn't get it. Puche Wei has done a job. Albin Ocean has to win 2 from 2 now, Phil.
We've had some major casualties already. Neil Svian, David Al-Kadi, Albin Ocean. I'll tell you what, it spices up the loser's side. Well, he's been consistently in trouble in this rack. Now, though, is the boot on the other foot. "12 matches started out at 1 o'clock local time today, and remarkably, some of those initial matches are still in progress.
This 3 ball doesn't want to disappear, does it? It'll be disappearing now, though. Ball in hand. 4 balls tied up, of course. He's looking at trying to draw into the green 6 here, but he could actually pop the red 3, come up near where the racking area is, and play the hook behind the green 6. But with ball in hand, clearly fancies trying to make something happen and make sure you don't touch a ball with your hand. That would be a foul. If one of these balls moves, it would be a foul. Could also chip the pink 4 near the 8 ball on the green 6. I don't really think he's seen the safety shot, Phil. I think he's trying to open something up and just make something happen in this visit, but he doesn't really need to. Just get the cue ball on the racking area, play safe.
Of course, this level of contemplation would not be possible on the main table because of the shot clock. Procrastination more than contemplation.
Yeah, and the scoreline is not helping Bernie because he's losing. Everything seems that little bit harder. Okay, found a 3-ball combo.
Worth the wait. Worth the wait.
6 balls not opened up though. Things are just not happening. If the 6 ball comes away from the 8 a bit more, he can bot it. Now it's nasty. going to try and dislodge the ball, the 8 or the green 6? Yeah, he is. Has he hit one? No, he's not. It's just not happening, is it? The balls are coming out awkward. He just can't get going, can he?
Yeah, it's not like he's missing a bunch of balls or making bad errors. It's just, as you say, one of those matches where opportunity hasn't really revealed itself yet.
Needs this to keep going. It hasn't. Raga can pop this ball.
An awful lot of movement on that shot, but also an awful lot of side to gain position. In goes the green 6. Cue ball manoeuvrability followed. The 7's on, and so is the rack.
Yeah, the pace looks very good here. Just knock the ball in. Cue ball will float up. Normal service resumes.
(6-1) to Anton Raga, who has been superior in pretty much every department. 6-1 means he's 2/3 of the way to being in the winners' qualification round. And it's perhaps possible we could have 2 matches over on this table before 1 match is complete on table 4. Francesco Candela of Italy 7-6 up on Patrick Gonzalez in a match that started well over 2.5 hours ago. On table 2, that's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Chang Junlin 4-2 over Othman Al-Zarani. 4-2 also the scoreline on the main TV table, where Albert Manas leads John Morra 4-2. I can tell you Jan van Leerup has completed a 9-7 win over Tobias Bongers. Also winning 9-7, Moritz Neuhausen against Emil Andre Gangflow. Shea Chia Chin 5-1 up on Saad Aldres. Michael Feliciano 4-2 over Michael Schneider. 4-2 also for Petri Makinen against Abdullah Al-Yusuf. And that's a common scoreline because Mario He of Austria, he's 4-2 up on Tim de Ruyter. Mario He, we're talking about nicknames. It might not be the most complimentary, but Mario He, the nearly man, always seems to get well advanced in tournaments, but he's yet to snap one of these major titles off.
Yeah, both players have gone for a timeout, Phil. That's why there's a bit of a delay here.
Okay, then it enables me to indulge you, Carl. You have got the floor now. I'm going to ask you one question and away you go. Your greatest moment in the World Nineball Championship?
My greatest moment in the World Nineball Championship. Suppose getting to the semi-final in 2007 in Manila, because it was my first real big 9-ball event. I'd only just come into play in American pool. Obviously, it was a matchroom event as well, multi-table, so it was, you know, it was a really nice arena. It was live on Sky Sports, so I would probably pick that. Yeah, I didn't win the event, but I was burgled not to win that event, actually. No, I'm only joking, but yeah, it was fond memories. I was young and naive and daft. Not much has changed, Phil.
Well, you're not young now, but the other two definitely. It's
Cheers, buddy.
maybe not naive, but certainly daft. That remains. There's no doubt about that.
Cheers, pal.
But you were talking about how it's great to indulge in talk about pool history. That 2007 championship, which was won by Darryl Peach of the UK, that was played in the Araneta Coliseum in Manila, which was the site of the Thriller in Manila, the great historical boxing bout between Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, that's right. It was a brilliant arena, massive from what I remember, absolutely gigantic arena.
Well, this hasn't been a thriller yet because it's one-sided, but I think it's given us an awful lot of clues about how well Anton Raga's playing. Very tidily.
Do enjoy watching Raga, to be fair. He just does it his own way, doesn't he? Said before, he's like got this sort of scrunched up cue action and sees things a little bit different. Yeah, I think he's trying to get the cue ball in behind the purple 5. Butchered it, completely butchered it.
Which for him is unusual.
Sounds like the DJ's gone for some food, Phil. The music's gone off. This lacks base. He was trying something similar. Wonder if he can pot the 3 ball here. No, he can't. Not looking at that angle.
Again, another weak safety from Raga. It's getting to the point now, Carl, where it's imperative that Regalario puts together a few racks, because 6-1 deficit, that could easily become a 9-1 defeat. He has to make the most of this. Oh, and on saying that, the 4 ball goes astray, and I think it goes past the green 6.
Well, didn't see that one coming. I presume it wasn't tight, just with the pace he played it. This match is turning out to be one of those that Bernie's just going to have to forget about it, get himself up for the loser's side of the draw.
Raga was looking a little anxiously to see whether he could get through to the purple 5, but clearly it's a wide open gap.
The other thing to bear in mind is you don't know the history of these two players as well, do you? You don't know, are they close friends or have they played many matches against each other? Who's got the better of it? You would say Raga has, looking at the way both players have played in this one.
When you're 6-1 down, it doesn't pay to miss a 4-ball from short range. Regalario did just that. And now Anton Raga has established a 7-1 lead. 2 more needed for progress. On table 4, that marathon continues. Francesco Candela now on the hill against Patrick Gonzalez at 8-6. Chang Junlin 5-2 up on Othman Al-Zarani. Basically, rack 7 was quite a lengthy one. It revolved around her hook on the 8, which Al-Zarani missed. Left ball in hand, and of course when 8 and 9 are on the table, that's basically it against a player of Chang Junlin's authentic quality. Albert Manis, the teenager from the Philippines, 5-2 up against John Morra, coping with the responsibility of being centre stage. Joshua Phillips started his campaign 1-0 up on João Grillo of Portugal. 5-2 for Shea Chiachen over Saad Aldres. 5-2 for Michael Feliciano against Michael Schneider. 5-2 for Petri Makinen over Abdullah Al-Yusuf, and 5-2 also for Mario He over Tim de Ruyter. So 1 in the side, but the 2 has found congestion.
Yeah, using the 7-ball as a blocker. Doesn't want to push the boat out, take any risks, just try and get the job done. Get the match won. Get yourself into WQ round winners qualification. Well, the way Bernie's played in this match, I think he might go for this combination kick combo. 9 into the opposite middle. It's close, but it's no good.
And of course, those who win the first round matches today, they can give themselves the rest of the day off, because winners qualification is tomorrow.
Top pocket. Yep. Easy. Nice and easy. Interesting match just starting out on table 14, right in front of me and Phil. It's almost like we're sat front row and it's open air commentary at the World Championships. Well, most tournaments are now, and you almost feel like you don't want to speak too loud, do you, Phil? We're that close. It's Alexa Purcell against the young American Sam Henderson.
Yes, and the link between that and this is that the winner of the 2 matches play each other. You would make Pachel's favourite, there's no doubt, but Sam Henderson has got an awful lot of potential.
Yeah, I would give Purcell's the edge in that match, but I would not be shocked if a Henderson victory was there. But I know what you mean. Didn't see this scoreline coming though. I expected bigger things from Bernie Regalario. I really did. I thought this may be one of them matches where it goes back and forth.
Yeah, we could be presiding here over back-to-back trouncings we saw initially today on this table on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Pia Filler heavily defeated by Pijus Labutis. And now it looks like being a similar story with Anton Raga, the beneficiary. You might say Regalario's had a nightmare. He's not had a good match, but without being flashy, just very efficient. Raga has looked like what he is, an authentic contender.
Yeah, he's just building up nicely, isn't it? It's Raga. We feel like he's going to be one of the players who could go on and snap this title off.
8-1. He's on the hill just like that. And Regalario must be feeling very despondent, demoralised. I suppose with winner breaks there is always the slight possibility of turning things around, but it would be a monumental comeback from 7 down with 8 to play. Let's see if that Francesco Candela marathon has come to a conclusion. Well, the answer is no. 8-7 still. Candela leads against Patrick Gonzalez. 6-2 now, Chang Junlin over Othman Alzarani. Albert Manis 6-2 on John Morra. What a performance that is as he makes his debut in front of the television cameras centre stage. And I can tell you Joshua Fillers lost the second rack against João Griot. 1-1 there.
Push up. Push.
One thing I've liked about Raga in this match, he's maintained his intensity from first ball to now. Even though he's got almost an assailable lead, he's not taking any risk whatsoever. Not pushing out any boat.
Playing the correct shot, we spoke about this, it goes a long way. You don't want to start putting yourself under silly pressure. You know, 8-1 can soon turn into 8-5, 8-6, where you feel like you've not had many visits to the table, so just play the game, keep your opponent under pressure, get the job done, get the W, get yourself out of here, get yourself to the pool, chill out, a bit of food, get ready for your next match, because still such early days here. If you're tuning into this match on our YouTube channel, our main feature match is John Morra against Albert Manis, the young Filipino, really young in fact. He won the Hanoi Junior Open last year, so that shows how young he is. Well, he's leading John Morra 6-2 up, Phil.
As for this one, the end could be in sight, in near sight.
Yeah, just connect the dots. This is the shot now where if he doesn't win the match in this visit, you feel like it would go wrong. He's just got to draw the cue ball back a little bit further than where it is now. How does that look? Looks good.
Well, they call him the Dragon, don't they, Anton Raga? And he certainly breathed a certain amount of fire in this match. A 9-1 result over Bernie Regalario would be a result that resounds around this arena. I can tell you Chang Junlin just this second has spotted the 9 ball to take a 7-2 lead over Othman Al-Zarani.
Three balls away from winning very, very comfortably, believe me. Bernie Regalario, that name, we thought, I'm not saying we thought he was going to win the tournament, Phil, but we certainly thought he may be a little bit closer this one, but in the end it's been a performance to forget about.
Yeah, this should instill quite a lot of confidence in the mind of Anton Raga. The good news is Scott Frost has just turned up for the last stream match on this table this afternoon. It will be Kuang against Lian next.
Yeah, that'll be a treat for you pool fans, the freezer.
Yeah, the only Frost in Saudi Arabia is Scott, and the only rack that Bernie Regalario won was the 6th. Other than that, it was a consummate performance from Anton Raga, our second consecutive 9-1 victory on this table. We started off today with Pijus Labutis beating Pia Filler 9-1, and following suit, Anton Raga, very impressively indeed, he overcomes Bernie Regalario by 9 racks to 1. So, coming up in a few moments' time, Kuang against Lian Han. As for Carl Boys and myself, Phil Yates, we'll sign off for now.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
Oh, my word!
He's got it!
And for me, the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to day 2 in Jeddah, the first full day, you might say, of the 2024 World Championship after we just had the one session in the evening last night. Very full day today, so much going on. And Chang Young Lin, who's got some good history in this championship, is on the hill. He's just got there in the last few minutes against Osman Al-Zarani of Saudi Arabia. Chang leading by 8 racks to 2. We will be going to our main match on the streaming table in just a few minutes between Quak and Lian Han. I'm Michael McMullen. Scott Frost is alongside me, and one of the stories going on today, the defeat of Albin Ocean.
Yeah, Michael, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Albin. I made a comment that's kind of probably the wrong comment. I said the veterans, or kind of a term like that, aren't doing the best, but you know, I feel like Albin's been struggling a little bit in the last few months, stemming back from the PLP, or maybe a little earlier than that.
Yeah, he was beaten 9-8 by Fu Che Wei. Good player who's been around a long time and indeed was once 1 rack away from a place in the final of this championship. And speaking of final, that was the final shot of this match, because it's a golden break for Chang Young Lin, so he's closed it out and very abruptly goes through to the next round, winning by 9 racks to 2 against Osman Al-Zarani, one of 13 players from the host nation. And Chang will now face the winner of the match that's going on the main table at the moment between Canada's John Morra and the young Philippines player Albert Manas. And it's Manas leading at the moment there by 6 racks to 3. So elsewhere, Alexa Pechelge and Sam Henderson, the young American, are level at 1-all. João Grillo of Portugal has moved into a surprise 3-1 lead over the 2018 winner of this title, Joshua Filler. Si Cha Chen has a 7-2 lead over Saad Al Dress of Saudi Arabia. Wu Kun Lin, semi-finalist last year, level at 1-all with Ali Al Abaidli. Michael Feliciano, who reached a couple of big finals last year, has a 6-3 lead over Michael Schneider. Lu Ri Teng has won the first couple of racks against Sanyan Pelovanovic. Petri Mackinnon, UK Open semi-finalist, has a 5-4 lead over Abdullah Al Yusuf, who's been a semi-finalist in this championship before. Badr Alawadi 2-1 up on Imran Majid. Austria's Mario He, also a semi-finalist last year, 5-3 up on Tim de Ruyter. So they are the scores going on around the tables, and we're now going to switch our focus to Quak against Lian Han. And we were talking earlier on today, Scott, you and I, about most improved players over the last year or two. Quak has really come on in leaps and bounds in the last 18 months to 2 years.
Yeah, Michael, you probably have a lot more familiarity with him than I do. I haven't seen him play much. I am familiar with the name, so I'm excited and looking forward to the match.
I think probably his most famous moment still is the fact that he knocked the defending champion Shane Van Bonen out of this championship in Poland last year. More recently, he's become a world ranking tournament winner, the Scottish Open in Glasgow, around about a month ago now, which is far from being one of the very biggest events, but the field, the lineup of players there, was pretty much of the quality you'd see for just about anything.
Yeah, and that's the event I think I watched him play, and he's a fun player to watch, and I'm looking forward to it. He is a fun player to watch, and I'm putting a face with the name now, Michael. I've got it together. I'm going to make it.
Well, one player who has made it is Francesco Candela. He's the latest winner. He's beaten Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines by 9 racks to 7. And we'll now go through to face the man we were talking about just a moment ago, Shane Van Bonen. So I believe we're just getting into the practice racks here. And just a reminder of the format, which newer viewers will not be aware of. It's double elimination in the early stages. So basically, if you win your first 2 matches, you're through to the final 64. Simple as that. If you lose your first match, you need to find 2 wins on the loser side to make the final 64. And if you win your first match and then lose your second, you've got to find 1 win to get through on the loser's side. Each of the 32 players coming through from the winner's side will face one of the 32 who's come through from the losers. We'll be at that stage by the end of tomorrow, and after that it's very straightforward. One round in each session. So Thursday will be last 64 and last 32, Friday last 16 and the quarterfinals, and then Saturday the 2 semi-finals back-to-back, followed by the final. Once we get to that single elimination stage, it will be race to 11 all the way, except for the final, which will be race to 15, Scott, and that's an increase. And we've been used to seeing this in all the big events over the last year or so, race to 13. But I think it's only right that the World Championship is that bit longer, just to make it that bit extra special.
Yeah, I fully agree. You're going to get the best player more often than not that ends up winning that race to 15. Takes a little bit of the luck factor out of the match as well. Anything can happen in these races to 9. Get a little luck on your side and you've got the ability, well, you can advance. In a race to 15, a little different story.
Yeah, it stands out among the major events. But incidentally, the last ranking event, which was in your home country, Scott, just a couple of weeks ago, won by Fedor Gorst, they actually had a race to 15 in the final there. So if Gorst finds himself in the final, or indeed on the brink of the title, he'll be accustomed to that, having played that distance just a few weeks ago in a final. This has become customary now. The players get one rack each on the table to get themselves warmed up before play begins. Just keeping an eye on table 14, which is actually right in front of us here. Highly rated young American Sam Henderson. He's now leading 2-1 against Alexa Pejus of Serbia, who we saw get to the semi-finals of the US Open last year. Had that great turnaround against Jason Shaw to get there. Yeah. Lian has had his practice rack, and now Quang will have his turn. Sorry, Scott, what were you going to say there?
Yeah, it's a big match for Sam. I mean, I think Sam still goes into this deep down knowing that he can beat any of these guys, but he goes into it understanding where he stands, right? So he feels like, well, like a lot of young players, like he doesn't have a lot to lose and everything to gain, and you can see it in his game. A really big win here for him if he could get this match down.
Yeah, and if he does, he'll face Anton Raga, who's just played so well to beat Bernie Regalario. On the table we're watching here, a match between Raga and Henderson. That would have a feel of this is the future. Henderson tipped for big things. Raga, of course, already has been very close to winning a major Matchroom World Ranking event. Joshua Filler's got one back against Zhao Grio, so that's close to 3-2 now.
Yeah, I'd really like to see that that matchup, Sam Henderson versus Anton Raga. I think that would be a match of the future, and I think they'd highlight it as that as well. A lot of people would tune in for this.
There are a number of matches yet to start. Quite a few players who haven't opened their campaign yet. Fedor Gorst is one of those. He'll be starting in the next few minutes against Mustafa Alnar. Gorst was the champion back in 2019, and of course he's already won one tournament with the word World in the title this year after that thrilling World Masters final in April against Joshua Filler. Oscar Dominguez will be in action shortly against Sullivan Clark. Dominguez in with a really good chance, actually, on the basis of his results so far this year, of getting back into that Mosconi team once again. Mieszko Fortunski, who so nearly won the UK Open 3 weeks ago, plays Fitim Haradinaj, who's now representing Kosovo. Alex Pagulayan, former winner of this title, about to start against Amir Ali. Max Lechner, very likeable Austrian player, just getting underway against Masato Yoshioka of Japan. And Si Cha Chen is on the hill at 8-2 against Saad Aldres of Saudi Arabia.
Then touching on Fedor Gorst, going back real quick, and then Oscar Dominguez, I think it helps them that they're playing later rounds, meaning they didn't play yesterday. They're playing in the later round today, still the first round. But listen, they have a long distance to travel, and typically, as we know, Michael, these athletes understand that it's not the first day that jet lag really gets to you when you've got a 15 to 12 to 15 hour flight. It's not the second day, it's sometimes the third day. They're here, they're on like their fourth day here. So I think it's to their advantage to look for those two Americans to shine. And to your point, Oscar's had a good year so far. He's working his way towards a berth in the Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, he's been in 2 ranking finals in Mexico and indeed in Scotland, where he lost to Quang, was beaten by Honus Suto in Mexico. So plenty of points on the board there. I think it's fair to say the points total you'll need to get into the American team, generally, you would expect to be significantly lower than the bar to make the European team. But on that note, Scott, BJ Ussery winning earlier today, he's another player who I think sort of casual viewers who only watch the very biggest events, he is perhaps the prime example of a player that people like that wouldn't know just how good he is.
Yeah, it's funny you bring him up, and I'm glad you did. I've talked to BJ in depth about this, and he is a happy player going through knowing or having people think he's the underdog. He plays at a very high level. A lot of people take his game for granted. He can do some damage. No, I don't think he can win this event. I'm just being honest. But he can get deep, real deep. Plays good. He's very content with what he's doing, and he's out here trying to earn his own spot in the Mosconi Cup and make a little money.
Yeah, and at the moment he's 4th in the American Mosconi Cup standings, so he's one outside the automatic places at the moment. So, we're just about ready to get things started. This will be the lag. It might look like there's a huge age difference between them. In fact, there's only 5 years. Lian Han, just 5 years older than Duong. One thing there was a big difference in there, though, was the quality of the lag. So Duong, a comfortable winner of that, and he will get us underway in this race to 9. Win this, and you're one away from the 64-player single elimination stage.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for joining us. This man is really fun to watch. He's a loose player. He's got a big stroke. I don't want to build him up too much because you never know what can happen, but one of my more favorite players to watch that I've just caught on to as of recent, and as you'll notice, he's caught the one a bit thin. He wants to make that in the side pocket as usual.
Lian Han, 42 years of age, best known for being part of the Singapore team that got to the World Cup of Pool final around about this time 2 years ago.
Not real familiar with Lian Han. He's going to roll out, and the rules of the rollout is you got to call it. It's called a push or a rollout. He will push the cue ball anywhere he wants. It's strategically placed. His opponent, Duong, will have the option to play it from where it lies or give it back. And he will hand it back. A lot of work to do here. This ball is makeable. Not anything wonderful for your first shot of the match, but it is makeable. The cue ball is going to get loose. He's got to use a little bit of a right ball, I would assume. He's got to contend with the 7, the 8, maybe the purple 5 down here, if he goes for it. I'm not quite sure what he was lining up with the cue there. I'm going to see how he addresses this cue ball, but you see that line that he's putting his cue on, so I'm not exactly certain if that's where he thinks he wants to play the cue ball, but I would have to assume that's what it is. Yeah, so he tried to catch that thinner, I believe, and send the cue ball down, unless he was trying to catch it thicker and send the 1 down. Hard to know, and I guess we'll never know. This man here, I remember, to Michael's point, I remember him about a month ago. He shows no emotion when he plays. You just really, you'll never see any facial expressions. Just a smooth, Smooth criminal.
Just to clarify, we do not mean to imply he is in any way an actual criminal, Scott.
Thank you, Michael.
Merely a reference to a Michael Jackson song from many years ago.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and what he's looking at now is the pink 4, seeing if it clears the green 6. He can manufacture a carom if it does not. I believe it goes. Playing on 4-inch Rassens. Simona's 860. Pockets are a little more forgiving. Oh, he played the carom. Very clever. The combo carom, I guess I should say. He played the object ball off of the next ball. And guaranteed position. He's got the correct angle, Michael.
What I love about watching him is he always seems to be almost in a state of unconsciousness about it all. And I mean that in an entirely good way, because that's exactly the state of mind you want to achieve.
Yeah, it's something many players, I can assure you, are envious of. His way about the table is, without a doubt, unique and impressive. If they just kept a camera on his face the entire time he played, I promise you, it would rarely, if ever, change.
Well, that's right, and he never seems fazed by any shot, and you see him sometimes take on really ambitious shots, get them, and not a flicker of emotion. His attitude seems to be, well, I'm out here playing in these big events, of course I should be making these shots. So he's fascinating in that way.
Yeah, you couldn't say that any better. One rail up. Just so smooth. His transition to the cue is so smooth. His motion around the table, his timing, everything is really, really good. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the great Jeremy Jones, I think, or maybe it is Carl. Well, this man at the table is one of their favorite players to watch, and he's quickly became one of my favorites.
One of 4 Vietnamese players in the field. Very much one of the nations on the rise in the game. Well, he had the break. It came up dry. But it hasn't ended up costing him. He was quickly back in with his chance. Kuang has efficiently taken care of the opening rack. Si Cha Chen has taken care of everything. And he's through after a 9-2 win over Saad Al-Dress. Could now play Joshua Filler in the next round, but that's far from certain. Filler has recovered a bit though. He's levelled now at 4-all with João Grillo of Portugal, who went on that somewhat unexpected run to the last 16 of the Spanish Open almost exactly a year ago. Sam Henderson 3-2 up on Alexa Pechels. That's one worth really keeping an eye on. Henderson would really add to his growing reputation in the game if he was to win that match. And Ferragorst, one of the favourites for this title, a tournament he's won in the past, is underway now in the first rack against Mustafa Alnar, although Alnar is the player at the table looking to pot the 8 and the 9 to win the first rack. Quak has already won the first rack here, and that's why he's breaking in the second.
Yeah, we're going to get a good look here. He's a little thin, and he's still a little thin. He's got the 8 down, the 1 back in the identical spot it was in game number 1. Real good contact with the 9 as well. Only thing missing is the 1. He didn't get it down. He will make adjustments, and he will shoot at this.
Lian Han, 42 years of age, ranked 94th in the world. The man at the table is the world number 31.
using an inside ball, mostly center with a right cue ball here. Wants to avoid the 9. Well, he's made contact with it, but it's going to work out. The 2, I believe, plays past the purple 5. By his body language, it tells me it does, so he's looking where he wants to be on the 3. From this angle, the 2 passes without any problem.
As I said, he's 37 years of age, so it seems very surprising that we didn't really hear a great deal about him until a couple of years ago. Got to the last 32 of the US Open, year before last. Gave Eklund Kachi a good match there, actually. And he made single elimination in this event the same year. But it was really in early 2023 that he really started to make his mark with us. Getting to the quarterfinals of this World Championship. Some very impressive results along the way. I told you about the win over Van Boning. But the round before that, he'd beaten Wojciech Szewczuk, very good Polish player, by 11 racks to 1. He's eventually beaten in the quarters by Woo Kun Lin.
Yeah, it's funny. Even the way he carries himself, I wonder if that had anything to do with his silence over the last decade or whatever it might be. But it's funny, as good as he plays, that he's kind of snuck through the cracks going forward. He's not fooling anyone because he is definitely on the map. And this is the type of player that could win this event as well.
Well, I mentioned there a few minutes ago, he's number 31 in the world rankings. And you can actually illustrate his progress through his rankings because at the start of last year he was 72. By the end of the year he was 45. He's already improved 14 places this year. So that in itself underlines just how quickly he's picking his way through the ranks.
Yeah, numbers don't lie. And he's picking his way through this rack quite nicely. He got pretty flat on the 3 and handled it with ease. He is a shot maker as well. Michael touched on that. He's not afraid to come with the big shot from time to time. Got a little awkward here on the 7. I believe he's going to use a little power and punch, or does he have to hold? Well, he might have to hold here and just draw back. Take the cut on the 9. Might even come all the way back, knowing him. Giving it some thought. Yeah, now it looks like he might be going forward 3 rails. Big stroke there.
You know, we've not seen anything like as many break and runs as we might normally expect over the first couple of days of a World Championship. We may be about to see one here. Lian Han knew coming into this he had a really big task facing him, and he's really been reminded of it. Quang has got off to a very fine start here, and he leads by 2 racks to 0. Petri Makinen, who we saw in the UK Open semi-finals a few weeks ago, is on the hill at 8-4 against Abdullah Al Yusuf, who reached the last 4 of this championship the year before last. 3-all now between Alexa Pechelge and Sam Henderson. Michael Feliciano of the Philippines, he just needs a couple more against Michael Schneider. It's 7-4. And Woo Kun Lin, semi-finalist last year, 3-2 down to Ali Al-Obaidli of Qatar. Mario He, semi-finalist in this championship last year, 7-3 ahead of Tim de Ruyter. Swift, impressive business so far from Quak. Looking to continue that in rack 3.
Yeah, looking to see if he makes the adjustment here. Needs to catch a little more than 1, I believe, in order to get it in that left middle. Well, there he has caught it a little bit better. Still just a fraction short. This isn't going to end good for him. And there's the replay. Just catches the lower point. The 1 easily makeable here. Position on the 2 is a challenge. He's making it look like it's tougher than I think it is. It definitely goes. It's going to have to do some work with the cue ball to get on the blue. But I could see a gap in the initial vision here on the one from the left side of the table, so I know it does play. It's probably a thin chop, a lot thinner than it looks, but I know it goes. It is not frozen to the point, so he's just got to catch the thin side of it. Where the cue ball finishes, I don't know. You've got to avoid contact with the black 8 as well. He's done good there. He just needs this to travel. Well, you can't ask much more than that. Very good result.
Lian, a player who's been competing in events on the international stage for around about 2 decades now. Started getting a few good results in them in the early 2010s, let's say. He's been to the last 32 of this World Championship a couple of times. As far back as 2013, the first of them.
Yeah, he doesn't look bad over the ball to me. Everything looks pretty good, to be honest. Notice the pink 4 down here low. Michael, you and I have touched on this a time or two. It's easy to overthink certain situations. Some players have obviously different styles than others. Some are slower paced, some are faster paced, and just get on with it. I haven't seen Toe play enough to critique his play as far as his style, but this seems pretty straightforward, and he's giving it a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. With Kuang, I don't think you'd say he was a particularly fast player, but then he's got such a nice rhythm about him, and so even, that he's never going to get caught out by the shot clock when that comes around. And that's the way you want to be playing throughout the championship. Now, don't wait for the shot clock to come in to play in that fluent, positive way.
Yeah, and I hate to bring this up because I think Federgorst is going to have a great event. I think if there's one thing that Feder could ever work on, it's possibly that. I think that he's pretty much a shoo-in to make the final 16. I think this event suits his style. I think the equipment suits Feder's style. I look for him to do great. But there have been times in the past with him that he's waited for that shot clock or kind of taken his time to where that shot clock can become an issue. When you brought that up, it just kind of reminded me. I am a Federgorst fan. Don't get me wrong. I just think if there's anything he could ever work on, maybe it's time. So far, Toe making this look pretty standard.
You know, just as we were building up Federgorst there, he's gone 2-0 down now against Mustafa Alnar. And Alnar's made the 1 ball on the break in rack 3, so that's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think Feder will get comfortable. I think it does favor him that he's gotten a later round. Long way to go. Alnar can play. He isn't afraid. But right now, Lian making good work of this rack after what Duong has done to him in the last 2 games. Pretty impressive if he can finish here.
Well, this match has had a very nice high quality to it in the early stages. Now we can say that applies to both players because Lian, after being largely frozen out in the first 2 racks, got his chance here in the third, and he's taken it very effectively. So he closes to 2-1 behind. Alex Pagulayan was the winner of this championship 20 years ago this year. He's 2-0 down, though, against Amir Ali of Iraq. Max Lechner leading 2-0 against Masato Yoshioka. And Lechner's fellow Austrian and good friend Mario He is on the hill now at 8-3 over Tim de Ruyter. Badr Al-Awadi of Kuwait 4-2 up on the British veteran Imran Majid. Lou Reed Tang now is a 4-1 lead over Sanjin Pelovanovic. Michael Feliciano has made it to the hill at 8-4 against Michael Schneider. And it's now 5-all between Joshua Filler and João Grillo, so the Portuguese player is not letting go there.
Yeah, Federgor's just made a great hit on the other table. He's got to be feeling good coming into this event. He's definitely, not just because he's now an American player, but definitely on my top 3 list in this event. Winning the World Pool Masters. Well, that's a big feather in your cap. It's been a couple years. He's been a little quiet. At this level, it's so difficult to win, Michael.
Don't you mean a big feather in your cap?
A big feather in your cap,
Yeah.
and I'd heard you say that.
I think I said that at the finish,
and it was
didn't
pretty
I,
slick. Leave it to you. Leave it to you. I really liked it. Yeah, that was pretty slick. A big feather in your cap. All right, let's take a look at toes break. And now see, he's got the one a little thick. Get another look at that. And he's got some work to do here. So we're going to get a good look at what he's capable of. He's got distance. I don't know how straight he is. But you would have to think that he's going to have to come backwards if he entertains it. Not a shot you want if your life's on the line, I can promise you that. It looks pretty straightforward and pretty straight. A little quick in the final backswing. Looked pretty solid all the way through, just a little quick maybe.
As I said, Quak, one of 4 Vietnamese players in the field. The only winner so far was Pong Nam Pham, but what a win he had over the Spanish Open champion Dang Jin Hu. And he'll now play Marco Teucher, who pulled off a big upset last night, beating Carlo Biado.
Yeah, Teucher never ceases to amaze me. Just every time I've watched him play, he seems to play like perfect. Such a talented young man.
Beat Shane Van Boening in the US Open last year.
Wow, so caught a piece of the 7 on the backside with the 1. I don't know that necessarily helped. I think he was going to make the 1 regardless. Nice cue ball to get a look at the blue 2.
In terms of the other players from Vietnam in the field, Nguyen Tan was beaten heavily, 9-2 by Conrad Yasution. Still one Vietnamese player to get started, Long Duc Tien, who's playing Britain's Elliot Sanderson.
Going to get a good look at the stroke here. He's lost a little control of that. And he's a little quick there too, you'll notice. Lost a little control in the backswing. Typically very, very fluid in his transition. He should be able to manage this. He seems like the type of player that can overcome funny situations Can he avoid the top middle pocket? Just barely. Well, made it look fairly easy. And the purple 5 does go up top.
Well, he's playing well. There's no question about it. There's been no settling in period here. He's looked very sharp from the start. Seven just wriggles in. Bit of distance to cover here with the cue ball, but should be no problem to get nice on the 9. Well, should still pot this, but I was hoping for something a bit more routine.
Yeah, a little weak last couple of plays. He will recover.
Nicely done. Kuang leads by 3 racks to 1. Now, John Mora had his struggles early on against Albert Manis, the young Philippines player, but he's turned it around. In fact, he's just made it to the hill now at 8-7. Joshua Filler is gradually taking control of things against Zhao Grio. He's just won rack 12 to go 2 clear at 7-5 and now just needs 2 more.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the Mora match. That's a pretty fascinating match. I watched the early parts of that. John was struggling a little bit, and that Manis young man, I believe his last name is Manis, from the Philippines, what a natural young talent he is. So this would be a big win for Canada's John Mora.
Yeah, Mora knocked Jason Shaw out of this championship last year. Kuang claimed arguably the biggest scalp of all in that championship, seeing off the defending champion. And he's off to a good start here this year. He leads 3-1.
He just needs to make that adjustment. Yet to make the one. But he has made the green 6. Where will this finish? 6 untouched. Goes 3 rails into the middle. And the 1 does play in the lower left corner. Cue ball looks to me like it's headed towards the black 8. He could punch past it, but doesn't want to snooker himself on the 4. 2-9 possibly available? I don't know. There is a good safe here if he wants to cinch him up behind the 8. Yeah, nicely done. Real good with the object ball as well. I'm going to make life tough. Antolian Han elevated over the 8 if he wants to come 3 rails to the top right. I don't think he can get to this left or lower long rail on our screen now. This is not easy. Might even have to look at the 4-rail line, which would be to the top right corner pocket, to the short rail, 1, 2, above the 3, to the 3rd rail, below the right side pocket, and towards the 1. I don't know if the table is playing favorable for that. He would have to hit it with a lot of speed. I don't really have a telestrator here, so I don't know if my explanation was perfect or even near perfect. But he could play the shot. It opens the one up quite a bit, so he would go above the top left corner to the top rail. 1, 2, real tight out of that corner, just below the right side pocket, into the third rail, and towards the 1. It's a pretty big ball that way. This way that he's looking, boy, that 4 is a huge ball. And I don't know if you can get past the 8. Or is he trying to play it to the back side of the 1? Oh, well, that's pretty slick. Pretty slick, Michael.
As acknowledged by his Vietnamese opponent. It's about as close as we've ever come to seeing a show of emotion from Duong. A bit of appreciation for
no doubt.
The shot.
Yeah, Toe took pretty good advantage there of the cloth. Knew that that second rail was going to lengthen out with the cue ball. Bent it really well. So you can see some knowledge from him. Looking to stop on the brown 7 here. Doesn't want the 1 to go. Did he find the gap? It's going to be okay. Looking to kick behind this. Wants to catch it pretty heavy. Hold the cue ball up there and at worst create distance. He's got a lot of cover too. Good things can happen from here. That 3 is a big ball. If you can get past it with the 1. Yeah, and I'd say his kicking abilities aren't lacking.
Lian Han, one of 2 Singaporean players in the field. The other is his World Cup final partner of 2 years ago, Lucius Yap, who came through comfortably last night and will now be playing Britain's very experienced Chris Melling in winners qualification.
Yeah, so far, I'm pretty impressed with Toe. Hasn't shown me anything out of the ordinary bad. He's missed that long 1, but it was not easy. Had to pinch draw it. Definitely looks everything over.
Is if you take this long over shots on a regular basis, not only does it stop you getting rhythm going, also you can leave yourself mentally exhausted by the end if it goes close.
Yeah, it's rare that you see an elite player take this kind of time consistently anyway. But it's working out, and I believe he's played that, Michael. It's working out. I don't know if he waved to Duong, but it looked to me like he was trying to send the cue ball up in that direction and play the object ball off the 7. Pretty clever, if that's what he was trying. going airborne here. Looks like he's got a decent gap. I would expect a good hit here at minimum.
Well, you said at minimum for a reason. He wasn't that far away from making the one, but now he's left the chance for Lian Han to make it. Well, really, that's the sort of thing that just knocks the stuffing out of you. And now, of course, it's up to Kuang to try to really ram that point home by making him pay for it. Really poor miss from Lian Han. Yeah, never easy when the ball is over the pocket like that to know what the cue ball is going to do, and it comes back out. So he's played that well to get on the two. And he's been really gifted this chance after that dreadful miss from his opponent.
Yeah, well pointed out though, Michael. Coming out of that pocket with the cue ball like that is never easy. I don't think you could do much better than what he just did there.
And a very long third rack over on table 2 has gone the way of Mustafa Alnar, who now leads the former winner of this championship, Fedor Gorst, 3-0.
I still have faith in Gorst to get comfortable. Kuang took quite a bit of time right there on that 2. He's really looked where he wanted to be on the 3 to get to the pink 4. This is where he shines. A little bit of distance. Generates a lot of power from a little position. Like, doesn't use much motion. His body's so solid. Now looking at the 4-7, I don't believe he's going to entertain that. Yeah, all ball fouls. Watch the 5. And that's the stroke I was talking about. He did get down here where he needed to be, so he'll have a good look. The 8, still a little funny, and getting to the 5 is the main goal.
Still relatively early stages here. In contrast to that, the match between John Morra and Albert Manas is almost over. But we still really don't know which way it's going to go, because that's Hill. Manas got off to a very good start. Morra turned it round to lead. It's gone the distance.
Yeah, Michael, he caught that real thick. Used a little body language, or English, I guess you should say, over here in Saudi Arabia. But got it down. He's going to use the bridge. A couple of balls he's potted in the last couple of games haven't been exactly clean. They've gone in.
And so is that purple 5 with the help of the Moosehead. And a real good chance now for 4-1, and Lian Han will find it hard to shake off the regrets of this rack if he does lose it after getting that chance on the 1 and just dribbling it towards the pocket, leaving it in the jaws.
Yeah, very nice there. He didn't want to be so straight, but the 9, so close to the corner, easily manageable. Just doesn't want to finish on the rail here. Using the side pocket, a lot of these elite players will use that gap there. More room to bridge the cue. You can elevate just a little bit, makes it easier.
This for 4-1. And Kuang does indeed lead by that score. Mustafa Alnar, I told you, was 3-0 up on Fedor Gorst. Well, he still is. He was in play with a chance to win the next rack. Had a testing 2, missed it, scratched, and he's given Gorst ball in hand with a golden chance to get his first rack on the board. But plenty more winners to tell you about within the last few minutes. And among them, Michael Feliciano of the Philippines, who got to a couple of big finals last year. He's beaten Michael Schneider by 9 racks to 4. Mario He, semi-finalist last year, is also through 9-3 over Tim de Ruyter. And Petri Mäkinen, who we saw getting to the semi-finals of the UK Open just 3 weeks ago, has defeated Abdullah Al Yusuf, a former semi-finalist in this World Championship, by 9 racks to 5. Kuang in control. But again, not making the 1. The 2 looked like it might come to his rescue. And it just spun and spun and spun and refused to drop. And what's more, he's left a nice opening here. That's one that you feel the man from Singapore has got to take. Someone who has taken his chance is Albert Manas of the Philippines. The youngster has just seen it out at 9-8 in that thrilling match against the highly rated and experienced Canadian John Morra. So Manas will play Chang Yong Lin for a place in the single elimination stage. Again, taking an extraordinary amount of time over this.
Yeah, a little more than necessary in my opinion. I don't know if he's considering going into the pink right now, and that's what he's considered. So that does make a little more sense, but he's just taking a lot of time in situations that I don't know that they're warranted. Can they do more? Can that do more harm than good for a player? Like I said, I don't know his style all too well, but I just don't know too many elite players that will take the time.
It might serve you well on one particular shot or a number of shots, but over the course of a match, playing that way is bound to catch up with you.
He seems like a real tactical type of player, really wants to have everything understood before pulling the trigger. And he's going to be a bit short of the mark here. I don't know if he can just roll forward and use the gap between the 7 and 8 for the pink, or if he has to work his way all the way around, or just come out to the middle of the table and take the cut. We're going to find out soon. That's the gap I was discussing. Well, he's going to evaluate it. Okay, he's going to use the gap. Now he can either roll this ball in or try and draw below the purple 5 for the same pocket. He's not thrilled with it. As you can see, motion with the hand shock to the table. I almost get the body language that he's trying not to lose instead of trying to win. Some body movement there, Michael. Turned out just fine. He doesn't seem to like this either.
As I said, he's been in the last 32 of this championship a couple of times. 2013, the first of them. A couple of years later, he got there again, and it was actually David Al-Qaidi who knocked him out and gave him a good run for his money in that one. And he's gone out in losers qualification round in both of the last 2 years. Was beaten by Janiuski last year to miss out on a final 64 spot. In fact, it's been a bit of a theme for him because back in 2022 he was beaten in losers qualification in this and the European Open and the US Open.
Well, I must be honest, from a player's standpoint, it can be difficult to play somebody at a slower pace. It can kind of lull you into a little bit of a negative mindset at times. I know Kuang isn't going to go for that, and I don't think that Toe is doing it intentionally. And that being said, looks like he's made life a little bit more difficult because he's covered up by the 7 now.
So Lian has been at the table for some time in this rack. Still trying to figure things out, but he's run into problems here on the 6. Well, not far away, and he's had a bit of good fortune. Nudge off the 6, taking it into the corner. So, through one thing and another, he's still at the table. Lian has got a wonderful chance here to get it back to 4-2. It's been a very eventful visit to the table, this. Kuang came up dry off the break. Lian has taken an eternity, really. And a bit of good fortune on the 6, but really earned that retrospectively with a fine pot on the 7. Having taken the 8, he now has this to get back to only 2 behind.
Oddly enough, Michael, as the game has progressed, it seems he's gotten quicker. Typically, players that get to the 6, 7, 8, 9 will slow down. He's the opposite.
Kuang has played very well so far in this match. Didn't do much wrong in that rack. Almost made a ball off the break. But it was his only involvement in rack 6. Lian has taken it to get back to 2 behind at 4-2. Federgorst, winner of this championship back in 2019, was 3-0 down to Mustafa Alnar, but he has won the next rack. Elliot Sanderson, British player, 2-0 up on Long Duc Tien of Vietnam. Mieszko Fortunski, runner-up in the UK Open last month, has taken the first couple of racks off Fitim Haradinaj. Amir Ali of Iraq has a 4-2 advantage against Alex Pagulayan, the world champion of 20 years ago. Max Lechner also leading 4-2 over Masato Yoshioka. Badr Alawadi 7-4 ahead of the British veteran Imran Majid. And Lou Reed Tang, who got to the last 16 of the UK Open, has a 7-2 lead against Sanjin Pelovanovic. Ali Al Obaidli of Qatar could be pulling off an upset. 6-3 lead over Wu Kunlin, a semi-finalist last year.
Yeah, Michael, I don't mean to interrupt you. Sam Henderson just missed an easy 8-ball to go up 6-5.
Yeah, he's playing Alexa Pichelj of Serbia right in front of us now. What's Lian Han done here? Well, not bad.
No, not bad at all. The 2 leads to the 3. Just come one good shot here. Wow, Purcell has missed the 8 as well. So the 8 will hang up. Sam should get these next 2 balls and take a 6-5 lead.
Yeah, a lot of excitement about the young American at the moment.
Yeah, and a big shot here for Toe. All about making the ball here. You do not want to overhit it. Hit it at a pace where the pocket will still take it. Actually, it wasn't a bad pace that he hit it. He just missed the ball, Michael.
Yeah, I think you could almost tell from the way he was lining up to it that he was going to drive it into the rail. And so, Kuang quickly finds himself at the table. He's played well so far, Duong. He won the first couple of racks, the second of them with a break and run.
Yeah, I believe he can get this down. It's tight. One angle tells me he can, the next tells me he can't. Like that angle that I just saw tells me it's much tighter than it looks from a different angle. Easy to overcut this. Well, from here it looks like it doesn't have much trouble. Great look right here. And just overcut it, Michael.
Talking about Lian Han and his various results in recent years. More recently, he was in the last 32 of the UK Open last month. Beat Masato Yoshioka to get there and put up a good account of himself against the defending champion Eklund Kachi in the last 32 before losing 10-5. And someone who's putting up a really good account of himself is Mustafa Alnar, because he's 3 clear again against the number 2 seed Fedor Gorst. It's 4-1 there now.
Yeah, and back to this table, I can see why Toe has had some good results. I mean, he is calculated, but I don't want to harp on that. His fundamentals seem pretty solid to me. His stroke seems solid. Really kind of tells me he's got a lot of experience with the game. And he's speeding up a little bit, so maybe he's starting to get more comfortable. Needs to just come back a foot or so here. Yeah, very clean. Very clean. To be honest, I like his stroke. I think he goes through the ball very well. Bridge is rock solid. Here he goes again, evaluating. Really wants to be sure where he is with this cue ball at all times.
Yeah, and you can get a bit too caught up in perfection, can't you? Really taking it out of himself, but you have to say on balance, it's working for him at the moment.
Yeah, he was a little flinchy there on that ball. I think that's kind of an ingrained part of his game at times. And you can see it again, but it's working. He's not happy with the lack of angle he's received here. Could go forward and an inch or two, play the 8 in the lower right, or he could just come all the way down, play the 8 in the lower left. He's come up a bit short, Michael.
You're much better qualified to say than me, but I always feel that's the sort of mistake that's made by a player who isn't getting into any rhythm, and it's pretty clear why that's the case, because he's really just taking so long over everything.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder if this is his style or if he's just a little uncomfortable with the environment, being on the stream table, you know, early match, early in the event. I don't know. But to your point, it's hard to get any type of flow when you play like this. And he's overcut it. He's lost the cue ball, and he's probably going to get away with it. Well, I must interject, Sam Henderson comes with an amazing combination to go back up 7 games to 6. He's playing right in front of us. Kuang, I would assume, would like to catch the top half of this 8 and try and get distance. 2 rails coming to the left long rail, as you see on your screen. A lot of times these guys will make this ball into the right corner. All depends on where he wants to come off the second rail, or if he's going directly into this ball. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he went directly into that ball. It was real hard to get any distance there, Michael. And that's going to set up nicely for Toe to get within 1.
Well, these were starting to feel like big moments in the match already. Kuang took this rack 5-2. Feel like he was comfortable again after everything Lian had thrown at him over the last couple of racks. As it is, the Singapore player is nicely on the 9 and should be only 1 behind here, which didn't look very likely not that long ago when Kuang was really playing well.
Yeah, I mean, Toe did get a pretty big roll there, missed the 8 by some margin.
So for the first time in the match, Lian has won consecutive racks, and he's now only 1 behind at 4-3. Lu Ri Teng, who, as I was saying earlier, got to the last 16 of the UK Open last month, has pulled off a fine win over Sanyan Pelovanovic by 9 racks to 2, and will now play Petri Makinen. Ali Al Obaidli of Qatar, still on course perhaps for an upset, 6-3 lead over Wu Kun Lin. Amir Ali now leads Alex Pagulayan 5-2. It's also 5-2 for Max Lechner over Masato Yoshioka. Fitim Haradinaj 3-2 up now on Mieszko Fortunski. And how about this? Mustafa Alnar now leads Fedor Gorst 5-1. That could be the biggest story of the round right there.
Yeah, not a good start. Not the start Gorst wants, I can tell you that. Needs to get comfortable. You mentioned it earlier, Michael. The last thing you want to do is lose an early round and have to fight your way back. It's twice the work.
Yeah, and even when you get there, if you've come through as a loser, you can be drawn against literally any of the winners. So if Gorst does find himself on the loser's side, and we have to consider that possibility now at 5-1, we could end up with a match in the last 64 that may have been the sort of lineup we might have expected for the final. Anyway, that's all some way off. going on at the moment. It's 2-all between Elliot Sanderson and Long Duc Tien. And Oscar Dominguez has won the first rack against Sullivan Clark, the New Zealander who got to the semi-finals of the last ranking event in Virginia just a couple of weeks ago. And the significance of that match is that the winner of it will play the winner of the match we're watching here, albeit not watching it at the moment because the two players have both gone out for a short break. Quak leading To Lian Han by 4 racks to 2. We will be getting into the matches on the loser's side a bit later today. Players will start exiting the championship, and among the interesting matches to look at, Riku Rompain and the young Finnish player against the new American Mosconi Cup captain Skylar Woodward. Whoever loses that will be out of the World Championship. Sanyan Pelovanovic plays Abdullah Al Yusuf. As I said, got to the last 4 a couple of years ago. But probably the standout match of the first round on the loser's side is Dang Jinhu against Carlo Biado. Dang, the current Spanish Open champion. Biado, a former World and US Open champion. And not surprisingly, that will be the first match on the main table in the evening session. And one of those big name players will be going out of the championship tonight.
And Sam Henderson makes a jump combination on the 9, leading 8-6.
Yeah, that's against Alexa Pejels, who got to the semi-finals of the US Open last September. So, back here, To Lian Han is breaking in a rack, which could take him level. He's 4-3 behind.
Short on the 1 again, and the cue ball is going to find its way to the top left corner. I believe the 4-9 are locked up. That will be a bit of trouble. Does the 4 play in the right middle? If it does, I believe it does. The 3 leads to it. The 6-7 lay pretty good. Look for Duong to get out here. He needs the rack removed, or at least he motioned for that.
Yeah, that's the template there that's around the balls. If you've never held one of those in your hand, it's just impossibly thin. You can't believe something can be made that's as thin as that. So some players are actually quite happy to keep playing with it still on the table. But you are entitled to have it removed if you so wish.
Well, this is a bit weak. I think he'll be okay. We haven't seen a lot of him in the last half hour or so. As Michael touched on, he was leading 4-1 and almost looked like he was going to run away with it. Well, it's been all To for the last few games. Made that look easy. Needs to get up for the pink 4 in this middle pocket. He needs an angle, wants a little bit of an angle to get comfortable on the 5. Pretty straightforward here. He can just come 1 rail up. Biting that the 4 does pass the 9, and I believe it does by his body language. And if there's anything I can say, Michael, about Duong's game so far this match is he's been a little light-handed here and there, just coming up a fraction short. I'm not saying that he's short now, but felt like he could have got a little bit more out of that cue ball. Now they will remove the rack. They didn't want to there because it could have affected how those object balls laid or played, which makes sense. Wants to twist this in with an inside ball. Just hold his cue ball. Nicely done. Yeah. I think he can hold for the 6. I don't think it's an issue. Whoa. And that's the concern. He was trying to hold for the 6. A little quick again, Michael.
Well, that was the opportunity for him to really reassert himself in this match. Now he's given an opportunity to toe, to draw level, which wouldn't have looked likely not so long ago. He said we hadn't seen Kuang for about half an hour, Scott. Might be another half hour before we see the end of this rack, the way Toe's been playing. But, you know, we got to be fair to him. We've talked about how this over time will grind you down, but it's generally working for him at the moment playing this way, so can't be too harsh on him.
No, I mean, I agree. We're just stating facts. It is what it is. He's not playing bad. He's just taking his time, and that can affect your opponent. And it makes me wonder, Michael, whether or not this is, and I hate to, I'm not sounding condescending, but I'm wondering if this is how some of his results have progressed in the past. Maybe, I mean, this seems to just be his style, and that can take a toll on your opponent. There's nothing wrong with it. Just don't play on a table with a shot clock. And Kuang, in her vision there, stone-faced. Really no excuse to miss the combination. As Toe measures this out. Think he's going to go rail first here? I don't know that he needs to. The cue ball's left enough. The 7's deep enough. You're not going to miss the 7 if you catch the right part of it with a low right ball, or even the center to right part. You're going to wrap around below the left middle. Going rail first, you risk catching it a little too thick. You could lose the cue ball. You could lose it.
Yeah, you could lose it in that pocket. And that could be a very significant moment in the match now, because the old Lian Han had a chance to make it a hat-trick of racks there, draw level, and now he's almost certainly going to lose it. And this is a bit of a gift for Kuang. Re-establishes control in the match. Again, it was the case, wasn't it, Scott? Coming in and out of the jaws with the cue ball. It was unpredictable. Ultimately, it led to the scratch, and that in turn led to Kuang winning the rack to lead 5-3. Extraordinary story going on table 2. Mustafa Alnar has won another rack. So he now leads Fedor Gorst, who I think would have been many people's call as favourite for this title, by 6 racks to 1.
Yeah, this is fascinating to me, and I've got to put you on the spot, Michael, but you're my man, and you are like a Rain Man in many ways. Can you give me any results from the man he's playing, Mustafa
Alnar? I can't give you anything specific, but let's come back to that in a little while. He's one of those players whose name we see at these tournaments often, but he's certainly never done anything remotely like this.
Yeah, so this is slightly unanticipated, but this is 9-ball pool. Anything can happen. This is where stars are made.
Badr Alawadi of Kuwait is on the hill now at 8-6 against Imran Majid. And Sam Henderson on the hill at 8-7 against Alexa Pechelge in that really good match that's going on right in front of us here.
Well, there's finally the adjustment we've been waiting for. He's got the 1 down for the first time in this match. He's going to get a look at the blue, too. Here's another look. That's the hit that Kuang is looking for the rest of this tournament. And the 5 dresses up nice in the top right for a nice 2-5 combination. Only thing that can go wrong here is to maybe make the 2 behind the 5 due to the placement of the 3 down here by Duong. I don't see that happening. He's not going to hit it at any speed to follow it in. He's gotten a little awkward here, I believe. I think he can come 1-2 in between the 6 and the 9.
Yeah, just in terms of Alnar, I mean, he was in the last 64 of the UK last month. He's been around further than that in the US Open. And over the last year or so, he's done well in a number of the smaller world ranking events, particularly those around Europe. But as I was saying, nothing he's done really comes close to what it would mean to beat Fedor Gorst in his opening match at the World Championship. So we will continue to keep a very close eye on that one. Gorst is at the table now. With a chance to get it back to 7-2.
Oh, I love the way he played that ball. Played it real natural. Just carried it. Allowed the weight of the cue all to do the work. Anywhere but straight in here on the green 6 for Duong. Nicely done. Pretty straightforward. Just going to come off the rail a foot or so.
Talked earlier about his great run in this championship last year when he knocked out the defending champion SVB, got to the quarterfinals. Had a similar run at another major event later in the year, the Spanish Open. Lots of drama on the way. Hill finishes against Max Lechner, against Konrad Hussein. Then he beat Sanyin Pelovanovic and was one rack away, actually, from getting to the semi-finals there before losing to the eventual runner-up, Mark Bijsterbosch. So 23 was just a wonderful, memorable year all round for him. And this has been a fairly memorable rack for him, you would have to say. So all that work from To Lian Han to get back to only one behind. And now he's right back where he started from in a sense. 3 behind once again. It's 6-3 to Duong Quak. It's gone hill in this wonderful match going on between Alexa Pechelge and Sam Henderson. So someone's going to get through there in the next few minutes. Elliot Sanderson, the British player, 4-3 up on Long Duc Tien, 1-1 in the early stages between Oscar Dominguez and New Zealand's Sullivan Clark. Fitham Haradinaj leads 4-2 over UK Open runner-up Mieszko Fortuński. The experienced Nikos Economopoulos is 4-3 down to Janiuski. Amir Ali of Iraq has a 6-3 lead against the former world champion Alex Pagulayan. Max Lechner just needs a couple more, leading Masato Yoshioka 7-2. And Ali Al-Obaidli leads last year's semi-finalist Wu Kunlin 7-4. Badr Alawadi is the latest winner from Kuwait. He's just beaten Imran Majid by 9 racks to 6. And he'll now play Mario He for a place in the single elimination stage. Duong needs 3 more.
Yeah, Michael, and he'd like to patent the break he had last time, and that he isn't going to do. He's come short of the mark again, and this time he's going to be dry.
4th dry break from him already in this match.
Yeah, and you cannot do that in this star-studded event. You cannot do that and get past too many matches. And he knows that. I expect him to make the adjustment. If there was anything I could say to the man at the table, I really do like his game. Not picking on him by any means. But man, I feel like his pace can really hurt him. Especially playing rotation pool. A lot of these shots are pretty straightforward. There are points and times where you need to take your time and really reevaluate, but sometimes you can put yourself in a bad position doing so. He's come up short here. The cross side is pretty straightforward. He's got it down.
Lian, as I was saying, has been a World Cup finalist. In fact, he's been around the international scene so long, one way or another. He actually played in the first ever World Cup, which was all the way back in 2006. Had to wait 12 years to play in it again. Both times he was part of a team that went out in the first round. And then it was another 4 years before he got to play in it again. And he and Aloysius Yap went on that magic carpet ride past Qatar, Kuwait in a hill finish, Finland, and the amazing win over the USA in the semi-finals before losing the World Cup final to Spain.
Wow. That's great information. Wow.
That's what the World Cup can do, isn't it? Brings players who are very much from the supporting cast to the fore if they've the right partner. They've got to play well themselves. You can't do these things with only one player firing. You think obviously of Christoph Reinches, who won the World Cup with Germany back in 21, partnering Joshua Filler.
You can see that Toe is capable. There's no question. What gets me is he seems to speed up more towards the end of the rack, and it's typically the other way around for a lot of the guys. Wants to get out for the 6 here, somewhere towards the center. Still got work to do. The 9-ball could cause him some issues here. Is he going to come 3 rails? Yeah, he's really bent that ball. He's got a great stroke. Got to give it to him. Goes through the ball well. And I've got to give some news real quick. Sam Henderson snookers himself on the 6 at 8 apiece, Michael.
Yeah, against Alexa Pechelch. Really, he's got to find a way out of that, because the way the balls are sitting there, I'm speaking quietly because that match is going on right in front of us. If he gives up ball in hand, more likely than not, that will be decisive in that match.
And Toe making pretty good work of this rack. And a little deceleration there. Didn't want the cue ball to end up here. This ball is missable. Yeah, and Sam made a good hit. Left the 6 wide open. Might be the end of the beginning for him, at least in this match. He will not be out of the event if Purcell's advances.
Lian Han is not going away here, is he? Dry break from Kuang. Ultimately it cost him. The man from Singapore is only 2 behind once again at 6-4.
Yeah, and Michael, I can see with his style and the pace that he plays, and he plays solid when the balls are open. He kicks well. He does a lot of good things. I could see how he could be some trouble for a lot of these guys.
Well, straight out of his chair, looks keen to get on with the next rack. Just to remind you of the big story we're following going on over on table 2, where Fedor Gorst, recent World Masters winner of this title 4.5 years ago, 7-2 down to Mustafa Alnar. Okay, back to this one, 6-4 to Duong. Lian Han to break.
Yeah, and I feel like Toe's actually had the better results off the break. And as soon as I say that, he misses the 1, but the 3 does fall with a pretty good look at the 1 and an open table.
Well, the figures back you up, because he's had 4 breaks now, and he had the scratch on his last attempt, but he's made something off the break every other time. So, significantly better ratio than the man in your picture there.
Yeah, you just like to come out. Whether he uses a second rail, I think he will. Pretty awkward here, though. Almost the 50-yard line. Notice the pink 4. Yeah, this is not straightforward. Wants to avoid the left middle. If he plays the 2 to the lower left. Problem is, if you got the 9 and 5 over there, can he hold the cue ball? Got some news to report. If you are an American fan, Sam Henderson has lost that match.
Yeah, I think really, once he had left that chance on the 6 for Alexa Pejus, it was always likely to turn out that way. So 9-8 for the young man from Serbia. He now plays Anton Raga, who played really well on this table earlier today. That will be in winners' qualification. Henderson, well, he'll be in another clash of young prospects, because he'll be playing Bernie Regalario now on the loser's side.
Wow. So it doesn't really get easier here in Saudi Arabia. And what a good hit by Toe in the meantime. He is not going away. Looks like he's going to draw 1 rail over. Yeah, pretty good. Really starting to get a little pep in his step. You can tell he's getting more comfortable with the surroundings. It's always a good feeling as a player, no matter what the score line is.
Well, that will not be a good feeling for Lian Han. And you have to say, it is not the first time he's done something like that in this match. And you also have to say, it could actually have turned out a bit worse for him. Sitting in his chair there with that feeling that's familiar to players of all levels. Why on earth did I do that?
Agreed. Yeah, similar to earlier when he missed the 8. He kind of got away with it. And he's semi-done the same thing here. Trying to figure out what he can do, what he can see of the 7. Know that he can see much. I wouldn't. Yeah, so it must not be frozen. He's looking to just roll up on this ball. Not terrible. As you get a good look there. He's got options. He could play the 7 up table and kind of try to draw back behind the 8. Just get up kind of like this. I don't know, actually. He's aiming a lot thinner to the 7 than I thought. You could also just chip the 7 and try and get up table and use the 9 as cover, but that's real dangerous. I think he's got to elevate Michael and just somehow get the 7 up table. Or use the 8. I don't know, it looks to me like he's hitting this real thin. Yeah, not terrible. Not great either. Leaving Duong so close to his work. Expect him to do a little damage here.
Ali Al-Obaidi, Max Lechner and Amir Ali all on the hill, so there could be more winners to report in a flurry in the next few minutes.
Looking to use the 8 here. Did he overrun it? Just a hair. If he did, it could be big, because that 9 will come into play. Hard to tell. If he didn't overrun his mark, and Toe cannot see any of the 7, he's in a bad spot. There's a better look. And an even better look. Where he's putting his cue tells me that he can see a piece of that ball. Yeah, so Duong, with a slight error there. Well, I like what he did with the cue ball. Can't fault him. He's going to have to come with something pretty big here if he stays aggressive. The passive play doesn't really seem too straightforward either. Almost looked as if he was considering two-railing the 7 back up towards his chalk, trying to stun the cue ball down below the 8. Changed his mind. Yeah, he's played to overcut this. Pretty clever. And he's done very well. This is going to be hard pressed to get out of. He's almost better. I don't know that I don't think he can even kick behind the 7. I know he can probably get a piece of it going in, as you see here. But man, almost need to rely on a bit of luck to get some cover here. Yeah, the speed looks okay. The speed looks okay, Michael.
Yeah, I think that was one occasion where we could certainly forgive him for taking his time over it. And the outcome has elicited a congratulatory response from his opponent. So that's worked out well, and now it's Kuang who's got to come up with an answer. Max Lechner is a player who seems to thrive on the very biggest events, the World Championship and the US Open. Always seems to do well in them nowadays. He's been a quarter-finalist in this championship on a couple of occasions, and he's won his first match this year, beating Masato Yoshioka of Japan by 9 racks to 2.
And he's got to make good contact with this ball. It's not going to do it.
And what a golden chance now for Lian Han to again get back to just 1 behind. And massive news, it seems, coming from table 2. Mustafa Alnar was leading 8-3 against Fedor Gorst, and he's just finished it out. So, surprising enough, Scott, that Alnar would beat Gorst. It's a huge upset, one of the biggest we've ever seen in the World Championship. But to do it by that score, it's incomprehensible.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lost for words. I actually really thought this event, and still, Federer's clearly not out of it, but still feel like this event suits his style. He's had great results, like you say, in the past. I'm a little bit stunned at this result. Sleep might be an issue for Federer, but he might have faced an opponent that just played better than him. It happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, obviously we've been watching this match, but I was keeping an eye here and there on what was happening over there, and any time I watched Alnar, he seemed to be playing very well. I'm sure we'll hear more detail on that match later from people who have been watching it a bit more closely, but Mustafa Alnar has won. He's pulled off a huge result, and he'll now go through to winner's qualification to play the winner of the match that's going on at the moment on table 12. Long Duc Tien of Vietnam leads Elliot Sanderson, the British player, by 5 racks to 4. So, back here, Lian Han, back to only 1 behind.
Yeah, he started out down 4-1, grinded his way back, then down 6-3, and now back again. He's consistent with the 1, fairly consistent with the 1. He's got to look at the 2. I don't believe it plays. Does the 2-9 play? Yeah, it's close, and I don't know that he wants to take that chance. There is definitely a couple of defensive options here. Could play the 2 off the top of the 6, sticking behind the pink or the red. Could draw all the way back. Oh, well, he's gone at the 9, Michael, and he's got it down, and we've got a tie match.
Remarkable stuff, and that's the first time he's actually been level since the start of the match. Had a chance earlier on to draw level, didn't take it, but he's won a very swift 12th rack, and so that's 3 in a row now for Lian Han. Level at 6-all. So, let's see what's going on elsewhere. You may remember, I'm sure you will remember, We had quite a week in northwestern Spain at the World Cup of Pool last year. Ali Al Obaidli was there playing for Qatar, and he's just pulled off a really good win over Woo Kun Lin, who reached the semi-finals of this championship in Poland last year. 9-4 for the Qatari player, and he will now face Michael Feliciano of the Philippines in the next round. Well, Woo faces a tough one on the loser side against Switzerland's Michael Schneider. Amir Ali of Iraq has an 8-4 lead. In fact, just as I say that, he's finished it off. What a fine win for Ali. He's beaten Alex Pagulayan, the world champion of 20 years ago, by 9 racks to 4. And Ali will now play Max Lechner in the next round.
Well, here you'll see the one just went long of the side, caught the point, came down, finished near the 8. And he will evaluate.
So with all those results I've just given you, only 5 matches left going on now in this opening round. The action on the loser side begins in not much more than an hour from now, so over the next few hours we'll start to see the first players exit this year's World Championship.
Yes, I'm wondering if he can catch the top side of this one. If he can catch the top side of this one and clip it thin enough, he can wrap around and get up there somewhere behind possibly the 5. He's really got to clip it thin. He's caught it too thick. So he's going to leave an opening. I don't believe there's a pocket for the 1. It's close. You know, by Toe's reaction tells me the 1 might play. And I think it does actually play. It's close.
The fluency with which Quak started this match starting to feel like a distant memory now. He's only won 2 of the last 7 racks.
And the cue ball's gotten away from him a little bit here. This will be a test of his temperature. If he can get this 3 down, it'll tell us quite a bit about how he's still feeling. But he's been in the chair a lot over the last hour. Looks like he's going to the middle pocket here. Oh, never mind. He's going to drill it straight in.
And you know, when things have gone against you a bit and you've maybe lost a bit of your earlier rhythm, that's just the sort of shot that can help restore it.
And I would assume his temperature is 98.6, which is perfect. Speaking of 6, you want to avoid the 6 here. Anywhere out in the middle, he's okay. Yeah, you might have to go forward, Michael. Just a fraction shy, maybe. And he might be able to cheat it from this angle. It looks like he can draw and miss the 9. Hard to tell. So he is going to go forward. Really letting the stroke loose. He's not out of the woods yet. This is pretty flat or straight. Gonna have to go forward here and come 2 rails out, playing the 7 in the top right. Just wants to get off the rail.
Kuang has never been behind in this match. Has to win this rack to keep it that way. We were talking earlier about he seems to go around in a state of unconsciousness. He doesn't get fazed by things, and I think we're seeing that come to the fore here because things have really gone against him over the last 45 minutes or so in this match. But he's looked pretty confident in how he's taken this opportunity, and surely now he's going to regain the lead. Which indeed he does at 7-6. So let's see what's going on with the other matches. Jan Uski and the very experienced Greek player Nikos Economopoulos, level at 5-all. Sullivan Clark of New Zealand, who's coming off the back of that really good run in the last ranking event in the US, has a 4-1 advantage against the former Mosconi Cup player Oscar Dominguez from the US. Britain's Elliot Sanderson 6-5 up on Long Duc Tien. And a very interesting scoreline on table 7. Mieszko Fortunski was runner-up at the UK Open just a few weeks ago in Telford. He's come here, obviously, you would think, expecting another good run. But he's struggling badly in his first match, 7-3 down. In fact, it's just gone 8-3 for Fitim Haradinaj. You may remember he was the player who beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at the UK Open last year, just after FSR had won the World Championship and indeed the Premier League. Well, he's now representing Kosovo, and he's one rack away from going through to face the winner of that Uski Economopoulos match.
Yeah, it's got to give you an idea how good he's playing, because I would have thought, or I felt like, Mieszko Fortunski's playing some of the best pool of his career. Well, he shut him down pretty easily. And here, another dry break from Duong. He just cannot seem to get the timing down. I think he's also mishitting the 1 by some fraction.
And he's coming up dry more often than not now in this match, because that's 5 dry breaks from the 8 attempts that he's had.
Yeah, and that's pretty substantial, especially in an event like this. He knows he cannot advance very far not making a ball on the break. Typically the great players will adjust pretty quick. It's a matter of the speed and how thick and thin you catch the 1. But here we go again. Toe at the table. Hampered by the 8. Actually, by the 9 and the 7 as well. Well, and the 3. Well, he's hampered by pretty much everything down there. And he's caught this too thin. Really seemed concerned about that row of balls, the 8, 7, 9, 6, 3. But once again, has kind of been the story. He's missed a few balls and ended up okay. Not saying he's okay here. There is a bank. From this angle, it looks a lot steeper than the overhead, so it's hard to tell. I feel like he can pinch this and draw above the 5 and take the cut on the 2. Does he want to take that on? I don't know. He's only leading by 1. Does the scoreline tell you to shoot? I guess that's up to the player. You can't fault the decision. Well, he can clearly see the 1. I don't know that he can see enough to make it. 1 crashing into the 3 allowed that to happen. So a little unlucky for Duong. I did like what he had in mind.
It didn't feel early on like it was going to be this sort of match, did it? Sort of match that will be dripping with tension and mistakes creeping in. And that's how it's unfolded, and could still be some way to run.
No, it definitely didn't have that tone. Oh, he was trying to catch the back of the 3 there. Not a bad attempt. I think he had to spin that cue ball with outside just to swerve around the 6 a little, and that's what allowed the cue ball to miss the 3. So it's gone wrong. Can he hold the 1? Pretty steep. I don't know if he can hold the cue ball on the 1 here for the 2. So it continues. Well, at least played to overcut that and get back here behind the 7 and 8. He's caught it too thin. Does he play the bank to the top left corner and slow draw towards the 2? The good news about that shot is that you're going to leave distance. If you don't make the bank, the cue ball will be close to the rail. You could almost play the 2 as well, but you've got to make your mind up which one you want. Well, I don't know that he made his mind up, Michael.
I love the way we always think of David Al-Qaedi when we see someone play a length of the table bank. It's almost become known as the Al-Qaedi shot now. It's a bit like the Panenka in football. Do you know what that is, Scott?
Tell us about it.
It's when, in football, or soccer as you would call it, when a player has a penalty and just basically chips the ball down the middle, hoping the goalkeeper will dive one way or the other. And you look very silly. You look very silly if you miss it.
Yeah, of
but
course,
you look brilliant.
yes.
And it's named after a guy who did that with the winning kick in the European Championship final.
In what year?
1976.
What day?
Oh, come on now.
Well, it wouldn't take you but, what, a couple of minutes to figure that out. Wow, what a great hit this was, actually, by Duong. It wasn't easy. It's just turned into a little bit of an awkward match, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're saying it didn't look like going this way early on, but not just because Duong was playing well. When Toe got in with his first chance, he looked, wouldn't say fluent, but certainly effective. But it's amazing what a big match in the World Championship and a close finish can do to things.
Wow. Okay, so he could somehow get to the top edge of that ball. Now, the 2 is deep. And the 5 going to cause some problems here. I don't know that rail first is really an option. Can he get enough of the 2 here? It looks like he's got no problem. He's quick to it. Watch the cue ball, Michael.
Oh, and that could be a huge moment, couldn't it? Because now Duong is coming to the table with ball in hand and a chance to break free from the struggle and get himself to the hill. Early on in the match, I think you would have backed him all day long to do this. Although it's still a good opportunity. I'd be far less sure of him now.
Yeah, he definitely needs this rack. Like you said, I think this is the pivot point of the match. to take an 8-6 lead. Have an opportunity at sealing the deal. One thing moving forward for Duong, if he does get out here, he better go to the drawing board and try and take a look at his break. He's been 1 for 8 making a ball on the break this match. I believe Michael mentioned a little bit ago. And that's not a good result or a good stat by any means, and he's a little out of line here. I think he can hold for the green.
Well, it's been 3 for 8, but that's still not fantastic by any means.
Okay, I think at one point he was around 1 for 8, not for sure. Now 3 for 8. He's got options here. Does he want to come around? 3 rails to the backside of the 7 for the left middle. He's going to come all the way around. Look out. See, I don't feel that he needed to do all of that. You just play it easy and play the 7 in the left middle. Don't know that he's thinking real clear at the moment. He was trying to clear the 7, come all the way around and out and play the 7 into the lower right. A little extra travel that wasn't necessary. Well, a player like Billy Thorpe might go ahead and bank at that 7 to the lower right corner. I don't know that Duong will take that on.
He has, and he's got it. And that could be another very significant moment, because this should be straightforward enough now. 8 and 9 to get to the hill. So an eventful rack. He got ball in hand. Late on, ran into a bit of bother, but made the bank shot. And this is for 8-6. Quak is 1 away from victory. Fitim Haradinaj has completed victory over Mieszko Fortunski by 9 racks to 3. I think given that Fortunski's just been in the UK Open final, on any other day we'd be talking a lot about that, but of course everything overshadowed by Fedor Gorst losing heavily to Mustafa Alnar a little earlier. So Haradinaj will now play the winner of the match that's going on between Yanni Uski and Nikos Economopoulos, the former Mosconi Cup player from Greece. It's the Finnish player leading there at the moment, 6-5. Sullivan Clark of New Zealand, 4-3 up on Oscar Dominguez. And Elliot Sanderson is leading Long Duc Tien by 7 racks to 5. Interesting thing about that, of course, is that whoever loses will have to play Fedor Gorst in losers round 1.
Michael, I wanted to bring something up. I don't know if it's in common, or if these two things have in common. Skylar Woodward, Fedor Gorst, they were both with me last week in New Orleans.
Right.
There was a major one-pocket tournament over a long period of time. Okay, it was a big format, a lot of money involved. Buffalo's Billiards in New Orleans. Well, there are different styles to these games. As much rotation pool as Fedor plays, and Skylar, it's a different stroke when you play one pocket. I'm just curious, and I'll never know, unless maybe I talk to them, if that weighed any factor on these early rounds for these two guys.
I know Carl Boyes has talked about this with Chris Melling, that sometimes he's coming into 9-ball events having played a different form of pool just before it, and he doesn't feel it's good for him. So it's a very fair point, and of course they've both lost. Good pals, those two, Skylar and Fedor. Two great guys.
Yeah, and I mean, I know Fedor isn't a huge fan of the game, right? He's made his living playing rotation, and he's a superstar of the sport. Skylar not far from him. So you just got to wonder if, you know, and I do know for a fact there are different strokes in the game. You've got to wonder if that's played a role in this first match. I know Fedor's the type of player that can get past it. I also know Skylar's the type of guy that can get past it. But I can promise you, they didn't want to come this far to lose round 1.
So Quak has returned to the arena, but now it seems his opponent has taken a bit of a breather. Well, he's back now, and he's got to win the last 3 racks. This man just needs one of them.
Yeah, and he needs to find something to work on the break. I feel like he's got to catch more of the 1. He's hit it fairly thin each time. The speed doesn't seem like it's real bad, but the 1's coming short of the side or low of the side. And just like so. I mean, this is consistent. You can't count on making another ball on the break. I'm surprised he has not made any adjustments with the placement of the cue ball or the contact point on the 1. And the reason I'm saying that, Michael, is I know he's not made really any adjustments because the 1 continues to hit in the same place pretty much over and over and over. Looking to chip the piece of this ball here and use the 3. And a little weak again. I feel like I've seen that from him this match quite a few times.
Lian Han may be aware, of course, that Kuang recently lost a race to 9 in front of the cameras from an even stronger position than this. He was 8-5 up on Shane Van Bonen in the first round of the World Masters in Germany back in April and lost 9-8.
Yeah, I like that play there. Using full coverage of the 3. Sure, the hit might be easy. It's hard to tell where everything's going to go. He's taking a look at the 6 to the lower left. Is he going to bring out the jump cue? I have noticed one thing, and you and I commentated the SVB match earlier. It seems like these players are having a little bit harder time getting airborne or clearing the object ball.
So why would that be? Is that an atmospheric thing?
I would assume. Jeremy Jones has pointed it out, and I've felt it as well. The slates are pretty cool. There is moisture here. I don't know the scientifics of it, but I would assume that's got something to do with it. He's not full ball hooked here. Probably jumping a quarter of it, and what a hit. The 6 was cleanly struck into the lower left. Now what with the 1? Well, it does play to the lower left, I believe. Might be able to finally get a look at the power that Duong possesses.
Elliot Sanderson, incidentally, now on the hill at 8-5 against Long Duc Tien. That would be a tough match for Gorst on the loser side if he ends up facing LDT.
Yeah, and you've mentioned it numerous times. There's not going to be too many easy rounds on the 1-loss side here this year. And that's that smooth transition that I talked about early in the match. We haven't seen a lot of it from him. It's just been one of those matches. A pretty good hit there. I believe he will take the 2 on to the lower right, especially due to the position of the 3. As good as we've seen Lian Han kick this match, I wouldn't want him back at the table. You come with that 1 ball like you just did, I think you've got to go with the 2.
Came here with so much reason to be confident, beat so many good players to win the Scottish Open last month in Glasgow. Was a quarter-finalist in this championship last year. He's had other good results in between. He's very much a player on the rise. He could be just moments away from getting through. his first challenge of this championship.
Oh, nicely played. Needs a little hop off that rail. Well, it's ended up pretty awkward. Is he looking to back cut this? Yeah, that was a tall order, if you ask me. And if anything, Michael, I thought he might play it to the top left because he had cover down here with the 4-9. So I'm a little surprised at the decision. He obviously felt good over the ball, or he wouldn't have pulled the trigger. But here we go again. And Toe quickly to the table. One good shot away from getting within one game.
Yeah, and you know, 2 up with 3 to play is never anywhere near as safe as it looks, because if the guy coming from behind wins, he's then breaking in the next rack, looking to take it hill-hill, to then set up a decider in which he would again have the break. So from this position, there's still plenty of hope.
I think he's just got there, and he has.
It was like he was frozen in time for a moment, wasn't it? The anxiety there, feeling he may have hooked himself. I think he's okay. And it looks as though we will go on in this match. Indeed, we will. Quak Kuang battled well to get himself close to the line, but couldn't see it through in that rack. So now, only one in it at 8-7. Lian Han will be breaking, looking to take us all the way here. Jan Iuski is 1 away from seeing off Nikos Economopoulos. The Finn leads 8-5. 4-all between Oscar Dominguez and Sullivan Clark, and Elliot Sanderson, as I was saying, on the hill, albeit not at the table right now. Sanderson leads Long Duc Tien 8-5. And just a reminder that Dominguez-Clark match, winner of that, will play the winner of the match we're focusing on here. And if it was to turn out to be Duong and Dominguez, that would be a repeat of the Scottish Open final in Glasgow last month. Duong beat the likes of Tyler Steyer, Eklund Kachi, Ko Pin Yi in the last few rounds to get to that final before beating Dominguez. But he's still got work to do to clear his first hurdle here. Toe breaking, 8-7 down. Made the one again.
Yeah, and I think that's been a big factor in this match. The break difference. Does he take this on? I don't see him doing it. So he's looking at the line to bring the cue ball back down, chipping the 2, bringing the cue ball back down behind the 6, maybe using the 7 at the same time. He is one to measure things out. We've been seeing that. It's just his style.
Yeah, to be fair, we thought earlier on it might exhaust him by the end of the match mentally, but not sure it's turned out that way.
And so that's what he elected to do. He's done pretty well at it, I don't think. Yeah, he doesn't have anything really good to shoot at here. He's going to have to go airborne, I believe. I don't see any benefit to the left edge of the two if you can see it. That's what he's going to do. Going to the jump cue. Well, there is a future here, Michael. If he happened to get it down, it would probably carry some type of position to the red 3. You just get the feeling, though, that we're a long way from getting this ball down.
Well, maybe not.
Does it pass the 8?
Yeah, that's why I said maybe. Well, it looks good from there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it passes the 8.
But is he the right side of it to run through for the 3? Well, again, that looks promising enough.
Yeah, fully agree. Actually looks perfect if he can go forward. Now he's weighing up. Is he weighing up the carom on the 3-9? Michael, we could be 2 innings or 2 shots away from a tied up match. Who would have ever thunk it when Duong was leading 4-1 early in this match?
There's a lot to figure out here, so, you know, he's not going to do it quickly, but generally when he's been taking his time, it's worked for him.
Yeah, and come to figure out pretty early on that that's just his style and it works for him, and he's had results that you've mentioned throughout this match, and you can see why. I mean, he does play good behind it. He's misleading in a lot of ways. The position he's played here, Michael, I'm sorry, but the position he's played here tells me that he's going at the carom.
More time taken to weigh up absolutely every factor at play. Never led in the match. He's only been level once since the start of it. That was 4 racks ago at 6-all. But he's level again now. He's made the 3-9 carom. And Tolian Han, quite improbably you would have to say in some respects, has taken us the distance. He will be breaking in a hill finish. And before we see that final rack, just time to update you on what's going on elsewhere. Yanni Uski and Elliot Sanderson both still looking for one more. Uski 8-5 up on Nikos Economopoulos. Sanderson leading Longduc Tien by the same score. Sullivan Clark with his nose just in front of Oscar Dominguez now at 5 racks to 4. Well, it's become a bit more drawn out than it was at the start, but it's really been fascinating all the way, Scott.
Yeah, fascinating to say the least. I mean, I really didn't predict what's happened. I don't think you did either. We've been around this game a long time. We've seen stranger things happen, but you've got to give credit to toe. He's held strong. He's held steady. To me, it just is kind of strange. I don't feel like it should be 8-8. And I would put him at a pretty big underdog at the beginning of this match. But hey, that's why we have a winner and a loser. And he has been much more consistent with the break. And he's got a shot on the 2, Mike.
I think he'll be absolutely delighted with how these have finished. I don't know about you, Scott, but it's just never felt like a match he was going to win, even as it was going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, to be frank, that was exactly what I was alluding to. It just really didn't feel that way, and I still kind of don't know how we've gotten where we're at, but we're here, and it's now, and he's got a shot to actually win this match.
Certainly been an afternoon of surprises. Biggest by far, Fedor Gorst losing to Mustafa Alnar, but Mieszko Fortunski's defeat coming off the back of his run to the final in Telford. That wasn't expected either. Alex Pagulayan losing as well against Amir Ali. I think we can add this to the list of upsets in this session, if Tolian Han can see it out.
Well, the only issue I really see is the pink. He's got to maybe take a chance at going into that ball now. Uh-oh. Well, he's free and clear. Thought he might snooker himself on the 5. Thought he could naturally just go into the 4, which is nearest the 9. Looked like the angle with a little bit of an outside ball would carry him to it. Didn't want to risk it.
Playing at the pace he has played throughout the match, you would think it wouldn't be ideally suited to a deciding rack. There's a bit of figuring out to do, gives you the chance to see more problems and let negative thoughts get into your head. But then again, they always say, when the pressure's at its greatest and the stakes at their highest, play to your natural rhythm. And for him, that's what this is.
Is he doing what I believe he's doing? Okay, he's going to go into him. Well, it could have been a lot worse. He's got an opportunity here. Everything looks pretty clean. The stroke, the delivery, the body movement.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of a tester, really, that shot. And you would have to say, the shots he may still have to come through here. None of them might be as testing as that one. So, what an opportunity for him.
Caught it a little thick. He's going to be all right. And then I would say, Michael, this is a big upset if he can get these 4 balls down.
Yeah, and not just because Kuang has come on so far in the game since the start of last year, but he was coming in here in very good form. That Scottish Open win was only a few weeks ago. He had to beat so many good players. Played well against Shane Van Bonen in the World Masters. Just got overtaken on the line in their match. But then Tolian Han has not been without his recent form. As I said, he was in the last 32 of the UK Open just a few weeks ago. If he does finish it out here, you would have to say the last part of this match, he's produced probably the best play we've seen from either of them at any stage of the contest.
Michael. Pretty fascinating match in many different ways. He's 2 balls away from a pretty solid performance and a pretty big upset. I believe the break is what's really cost Dong this match. He never adjusted, and the result is right in front of us.
And it looks like it's going to be a break and run to finish. To Lian Han has never led at any stage of this contest. He does now at the decisive time. He was 4-1 down, but he hung in and has somehow carved out a 9-8 win over the informed Quak. To Lian Han, former World Cup finalist with Singapore, is the winner by 9 racks to 8. One more result to give you that's come in the last few minutes. Jan Juski has got a fine win over Nikos Economopoulos by 9 racks to 5. Still a couple of matches going on. Oscar Dominguez and Sullivan Clark level at 5-all. Elliot Sanderson is leading Longduck TN 8-6, although that one looks like it's about to go 8-7. Play will continue in front of the cameras in about half an hour from now as we move into the loser side of the draw. For now, it's congratulations to To Lian Han, and bye-bye.